Alrighty. Am I back? Because that was annoying. Uh, so, no, I'm not gonna, dude, I'm not gonna take an hour break. My computer decided to, so my computer's been dying for like a couple of weeks, and I gotta change all my video settings again. My computer's been dying for a couple of weeks. I unplugged one monitor, and my graphics card overheated. This computer is dying because it's not per stream, it's per day. So that's the first bit. This is fucking irritating to me because I can't do the show that I want, and this just like, no, I didn't get the monitor to fucking work either. So it's absolutely, because this is why I contacted Origin in the middle of December, because I needed a new PC because weird shit with this PC started happening. And then they're like, oh, well, it's going to be like 2 extra weeks. And I have a feeling that they're not going to get it delivered to me on time. And then they're going to be giving me $7,000 back. And I'm going to be like, thanks for wasting my fucking time. I turned off one monitor thinking that then it would just, Windows would just kick over to these two. And no, that didn't work either. It's like, I give up, man. I give up. I quit. I'm going back to bed. Of course, I knew this day was gonna start off bad. I cut myself shaving. And so I was just like, okay, that's like the whole day from here down. The whole day from here down is just, we're finished. We're finished. We're just going back to bed. So I'm going to hope when I touch this other monitor that this other monitor calms itself down. I still owe Gruntag a 200 golder. But so, moral of the story from the first 30 minutes of the show: don't fucking short stocks unless you really know what you're doing. Don't short stocks unless you know what you're doing. Yeah, iSaver mode didn't come back up. So I wanna like just slap people. I will figure that out. And the worst part is that it's probably going to be something where I end up having to contact Samsung, and then it's probably like, because I've had this problem once before, and I don't remember how I fixed it. Anyway, let's get into the forums. Let me drag a forum over here. As you guys know, on Monday night we were going over some of the questions, and man, some of these questions are just bad. Some of these questions are just bad. And then, you know, we get people who come into the Discord, and I don't mind if you're new and you got questions, but don't come onto the Discord and, you know, start telling us why all this shit that you know better is gonna, like, you don't know better. I'm sorry, you don't know better, and it's just not gonna work that way. It's just not going to. You don't get to turn around and say, well, I know best, because if your argument is, well, you don't know how it's gonna work, so you shouldn't be, well, then the exact same argument comes right back to you. You shouldn't, if you don't know, if I can't make a statement because I don't know how it's going to work, then you can't disprove my statement because you don't know how it's going to work. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, it's not Twitch issues, it's my issues. Long story short, my monitor is acting up. It's acting a clown. And I can't get my monitor out of iSaver mode. Because the iSaver mode option isn't even there. So I can't get my monitor out of iSaver mode. So I have that gray film. I have gray film on my left-hand monitor, and I need to get that to stop. And there's literally nothing I can do because the iSaver mode icon isn't there. So I'm just going to try to run the show from my left-hand screen today. Or my right-hand screen today for the most part. I'll throw this shit over here. I'll try to look this way today. for the most part, because I can't look at it. Let me actually put this out of my eyesight. I can't look at a monitor. I can't look at this monitor over here. I can't even look at you, monitor. You failed me. Yeah, I look strange when I look this way. I know, right? I do, because the lighting is all set for me to look that way. And then, of course, my habit is to look that way. I like the other side of my face. What were we on? Page 3? Page 3. So. Oh yeah, I can't, that doesn't work either. Yeah, fuck. I'm gonna have to endure. I can't do the show the other way, because then my OBS isn't where it needs to be, and man, this is just a fucking annoying day. I have 3 monitors. And I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad, except the fucking monitors are just being belligerent. They're being belligerent monitors. And it's like, how can you have 2 identical monitors and they ask and they behave differently? Like, can you stop it? Can you stop it, monitors? Can you just stop? I'll do that. Take some of that gray off. Yes. Take some of that gray off over here. Yeah, that'll work a little better. Adapt and overcome. No, man, that is the one thing I cannot, I cannot adapt and overcome, because you guys can tell, I don't hide the fact that mentally I've got some picadillos in my brain. And I got some things with my PTSD, my OCD is horrible. And literally I'm looking at one monitor that's grayed out and one monitor that's like rich black. And you guys can clearly tell it's like fucking right out of the CIA handbook of torture. It's like, this is fucking bullshit and I can't handle it. What are some of the upgrades or abilities for guilds who choose a smaller size? It's a good question. I haven't liked it yet, but this is a good question. Housing under the marriage system, housing will be separate. Although you can give people access to your housing. Zetrix asked a good question. We covered this one on Monday. I like to have 2 separate computers, but using a software like Synergy, which is a virtual KVM software. That they're gonna have to answer this question eventually. I don't know if they have to answer this question right now, today, this live stream, but you're trying to tell people that your multi-boxing policy is based on people having separate hardware. That I don't think that's fair. I'm a guy that has multiple hardware, and I don't think it's fair. I don't think that telling people that they can't run multiple clients. First of all, I think it's stupid, really, from a business point of view, to tell people that they can't run multiple clients of the multiple instances of the software on one PC, because you're instantly telling people that don't have multiple hardware that they can't run multiple clients. And so that's just like, oh, well, I was going to pay for 2 accounts, but since I can't multi-box, then there's no point. Multi-boxing is pay to win. Bullshit. No, it's not. I hate that fucking argument, and I hate that argument completely out of hand. Multi-boxing is not paying to fucking win. It's paying to have a second account. Some games are designed that by having multiple accounts, you're winning. And that's not the customer's fault, and the customer's not paying to win. The developer has built a really shitty game. If you make it so that you have about, I don't know, when you have, why the fuck are you still talking on my phone? If you have it so that people can spend their entire game day engaged, and I'm going to say an entire game day is 4 hours. I'm going to say it's 4 hours, because expecting a company to have more than 4 hours of daily content is just inane. It's just unrealistic. I think that if you have 4 hours of content to keep people busy every day, then that's a good number. So if I have multiple accounts, that doesn't make me pay to win. That doesn't make me, that doesn't make me, a cheater. Some people say that multiboxing is cheating, and I'm like, it's not cheating. But Zetrix's question is about synergy, and if they turn around and say that synergy is not allowed, at that point, I'm gonna have to have a conversation with Intrepid to be like, are you fucking kidding me? Because you're gonna say synergy is not allowed, but a physical KVM switch. You have no idea if I'm using a physical KVM switch, and I would also like to know how invasive is your monitoring software that you know that I'm running synergy, because there should be nothing about synergy that triggers anything. Now, I know that they're going to use easy anti-cheat, which is fine. I hate that garbage fucking software. I hope they set up easy anti-cheat in a way that easy anti-cheat actually has to load for the game to run, because I usually just turn easy anti-cheat. I just usually close easy anti-cheat. And then people are like, well, closing easy anti-cheat is cheating. No, it's not. Let me explain. If you run a secondary application that I then close and the game continues to run, if the game doesn't do periodic checks to make sure easy anti-cheat is still running, then you're not really even using easy anti-cheat. You're just fucking loading bloatware onto my computer that I don't need, because you want me to run easy anti-cheat. I don't really want to run easy anti-cheat. Easy anti-cheat to me isn't value added. You stopping cheaters is value added. Me having easy anti-cheat on my computer, that's not value added to me. Why have two clients open if it doesn't give you an edge? How about, I'm just gonna go with the really arrogant answer, because it works a lot of the times, because I can control two clients at the same time faster and better than most people can control one. If I'm going somewhere and I'm on a 2-person mount, why should I mount to somewhere if there's a 2-person mount option available? So Tamir is driving us to wherever, and it's a 15-minute ride. So I'm on my right-hand screen doing whatever, guild bank management, or working on my freehold, or working on whatever. Because then what are people going to say to me? That having a wife is pay to win? And I'm going to be like, get fucked. No, it's not. Having a wife is now pay to win. Having a friend is pay to win. Like, if you have a multi-person mount, then why do I have to be constrained to staring at the trip? And then it becomes a degree of, well, what is pay to win? What is pay to convenience? So maybe my wife is driving us to the next adventure and I'm doing our fucking taxes on my right-hand screen. Maybe I'm balancing the checkbook. Maybe I'm placing the Amazon order. Maybe I'm looking at my kid's report card. What does it matter what I'm doing on my right-hand screen? Maybe I'm paying for another account. Like I said, the trick to this is you're never going to have more playtime a day than I do. You're never going to have more, because we both get 86,400 seconds, and I don't have to go to a job. I don't have to leave the house. During launch week, I will probably have my mini fridge out there in the loft stacked with Barks and energy drinks, and I will just crush it. I will just straight crush launch week, and I will probably play 16 to 18 hours a day. But some people will be, well, that's not fair. Of course it's not fair. The only way, well, hold up. Let's back that up. It's not fair, and the only way to make it fair would be to make it equal. So, and what I mean by that is the only way to make a game quote unquote fair is by making it equal. The moment things are unequal, they become unfair. And the only way to make them fair would be you only get 4 hours of playtime a day. So as soon as you log in, you start eating away at a clock of 4 hours. When that 4 hours is gone, that's it. You're done. You don't have any more. You don't have any more playtime that day. So, move on to the next thing. And some people are like, well, that would suck. I want to be able to play 8 hours a day. Exactly. You want to be able to play 8 hours a day because you have that time. Well, it's automatically unequal. So unequal people are going to say, well, you know, it's not fair. But remember, it is fair because you're getting the rewards of the time you spend. Also, like I remind people, just because you play less than other people doesn't mean you're being less progressive. There are people who play 12 hours a day in video games and make very little progress because they stop, they look at the fucking scenery, they look at the fucking, like, the landscape. I actually had somebody once in a game that wanted to stop for 15 real life minutes because they wanted to get a picture of the sunset over this bluff. And I said, I don't have 15 minutes to sit here while you get a picture of a sunset. You come do that shit on your own, your own day, your own time. You do that shit on your own time. So, I accept and approve of the no multi-clienting on the same hardware and no virtual machines. I don't accept or approve of that. I think it's a stupid position to take. I think it's a stupid position to take because you're saying you can't multi-client. We don't want you to multi-client, and this is what I see as a problem solver. You're saying you can't stop botting. You're saying that you can't stop botting. So you're going to stop a symptom of botting, not the root cause of botting. Because you don't want people to be able to run multiple clients on the same hardware. Which then I turn around and say is completely asinine anyway, because people who want to have multiple accounts are the people who already, one, have multiple rigs, and two, they're not against going and spending $400 to get the lowest grade computer that'll run the game. Fair means that everyone get what they need or deserve, while equal means that everyone gets the same regardless of need. Exactly. It's also, I'd like to point out that the stimulus packages in the United States are 100% not fair and equal. They are equal, but they are not fair. Because somebody making $75,000 a year and somebody making $15,000 a year, they don't both need the same stimulus. But I don't want to go into politics, but I'm demonstrating that politics is normally where you get fair and equal. It's like, I tell the story when I shattered my elbow. When I was a kid, I shattered my elbow. And I showed up at the emergency room. And you go down this hallway at the emergency room, and there's like a concierge there. And obviously, of course, they have the ambulatory entrance, the emergency trauma entrance. And I'm walking down, and I have insurance. I get to this guy. He's like a fucking hostess at a restaurant, or a host at a restaurant. I get to the end of the hallway, and I was like, hi, I need to I need to go into the emergency room. I shattered my elbow in quite a lot of pain. He's like, can I have your insurance card? Now, here I am in the hallway. My girlfriend's with me. I'm trying to fumble fuck out my wallet. I hand him my wallet, and he's like, I'm sorry, sir. You don't go to the emergency room. You just go down this hallway, and someone will take care of you. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, I didn't know. So I went down the hallway. My girlfriend, who had like Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, she's like, it's a Friday night. I shattered my elbow. She's like, man, we are going to be here forever. And I was like, great. You got somewhere the fuck else to be if my elbow is shattered? Where are you going to be? And so we go down this hallway. I hadn't been in an emergency room. I'd been in an emergency room with her and with friends that I took, but I'd never been in an emergency room myself. I go down the hallway, and there's like a nurse I get to the end of the hallway. There's a nurse waiting for me. And she's like, what seems to be the problem? I was like, I hurt my elbow. I came down on the top of a desk. And she's like, oh, let's just get you into radiology. Let's get you an x-ray on your elbow. I'm like, this is like not any other experience I've had with my friends, because at the end, it wasn't an emergency room. It was a private clinic. The facility I went to, they had the Blue Cross, the Blue Shield, the HMO, all the bullshit insurance people that they have to treat that they don't make much money on. They got all them waiting in a fucking common emergency room. And you guys know how emergency room waiting goes. You move up and down based on your triage level. If you go into the emergency room with a cough and 3 gunshot wounds come in, you might as well just fucking get yourself up and go to an acute urgent care, because you ain't getting seen if 3 gunshot wounds just came in. But no, I went down the hallway, I went to a private clinic. That's how they make their money, because they know my insurance pays at a higher rate than the HMO. I think that's all bullshit, okay? I think that's all bullshit. But it's how you designate fair and equal. Is it fair that I showed up at the emergency room and was in and out in about an hour? Yeah, it was fair because we had that level of insurance. Was it equal? No. But then again, equal would mean if I'm in line at the emergency room for my cough and a gunshot wound victim comes in, the gunshot wound victim goes in behind me. And people, and when they see that, they'd be like, oh, well, no, that's not right. Well, fair and equal is never fair and equal. It's either fair or it's equal. Moving on. Are you able to give us any insight on... Oh, we talked about this one. Are you able to give us any insight on guild organization or customization? Why are you clipped? I am looking to heavily dedicate my time to growing an actual community within AOC, and I am curious what tools will be at my disposal to better organize this community. Naturally, I would also like to know if there's any way to get my guild members onto the same server as AOC comes closer. This would indeed destroy us if there's not a way. Well, we already know the answer to this. We already know the answer to this. Yes, there is pre-registration for guilds. So guilds will be able to get together. No matter, server lockouts won't keep you separated from your guild. And this is brilliant. If Arcage had bothered to do this, Arcage would have saved itself a ton of customers. As far as what tools are going to be available, we haven't seen anything of the tool stuff. And let's be honest, they're not going to really share this information with you yet because they don't know what the guilds all need to do yet, because number one, the first thing you need to know before you can design any other content for the guilds is you have to be 100% certain that 300 people is what you want to have in the guilds. Now, they want to have castle sieges be 500 versus 500. Right now, they feel that they can deliver 250 versus 250. But Steven would like to get that number back up to 500 versus 500. And the rationalization for having the castle siege be 500 versus 500 is that if you have 250 versus 250, a single guild can hold a castle because you have 50 people spare. If the castle sieges go up to 500 versus 500 and you keep the guild number at 300, it means that no single guild can hold a castle. It requires an alliance. Now, real world, out of character, out of game, yes, I understand that there are gaming organizations that have more than 300 members, and so technically they're all one guild. But remember, guild is a in-game term that is the representation of no more than 300 characters under one banner. Paradox will probably have more than 300 people. We'll have Paradox, we'll have Ashes 101, we'll have Paradox Gatherers, Paradox Crafters, Paradox Processors, and then we'll build the 2 smaller guilds at launch just to have the backup plan, just to have the battle bridge, just to have the contingency. So I know that we're going to be working with more than 300 people. And so some people have argued, well, that's not fair. Paradox Crafters doesn't sound like a very creative guild name. I know it's not. But until they know what the cap on the characters are, until they know what the cap on the Castle Siege is going to be. The Castle Siege cap is going to drive pretty much all other content. It's going to drive pretty much all other design decisions. So they need to know if that's going to work the way they intend or not. And if it works the way they intend, then they'll stick with 300. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if they end up downgrading guild size if they can't upgrade the castle size. So, let's see. Good morning. Yes, it's not a good morning though. It's not a good morning. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't even think this is. No, that could be why. So, let's see. Uh-oh, I lost something. It's a morning. Yes, it is. It is a morning. That was like, we had this guy, a really good dude at our high school. He was a really, really, really good dude. His name was Mr. Brazen. And and he taught you how to talk to people. And you would because he wanted to teach, because I went to an all male Catholic high school. And let me just tell you, that is like the worst fucking experience ever. And then like 2 years after I graduated, it became a co-ed school, which was probably good for me, because if I went to a co-ed high school, I probably would have spent way more time. I probably would have stayed in high school for 2 more years because girls. I wouldn't have gone to college at 16, and then the rest of my life wouldn't have, all the pieces wouldn't have fell into place. So I'm kind of glad. But anyway, back to Mr. Brazen. You had to be able to have a conversation with the man in the morning in order to get into the building. And he was a lot like the Sergeant Major from We Were Soldiers. You'd walk up and say, "Good morning, sir," and he'd be like, "Well, is it?" And you'd be like, "Well, yes, sir, it is." And he'd be like, "Well, what makes your morning so good?" Now, meanwhile, keep in mind that while you're failing at this, getting past the gatekeeper, getting past the first trap in the labyrinth, everybody else that's got to get into the building has got to wait in a single file line, and you got to get. It's like getting past the riddles of the Sphinx, man. So you walk up to him and be like, "Good morning, sir." He's like, what's so good about it?" Be like, "Well, and because it was a Catholic school, you'd like, "Well, sir, because God has given us this beautiful day, and I'm gonna try to get past you, and I'm gonna try to get over to my English teacher's room. I was reading a little Shakespeare last night, and I had a question about some of the dialogue." And he'd be like, "You know what, young man? That is an excellent answer. You may pass." And if you asked him a stupid question, be like, "Good morning, sir. I was wondering if the art teacher was in." He'd be like, "I don't know, box head, straight lines, and right angles." And some people would just get so flustered by that, they'd walk away. And you would have to just analyze and adapt. Be like, "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry for wasting your time. May I please go check if the art teacher is there? And if she is, may I stay in the room?" And he'd be like, "Yes." Head off. So no, I mean, I credit that man with my ability to engage with people. I said to him one time, I made the mistake. I said, "Good morning, sir. How are you today?" And he said, "Do you really care, or are you just asking?" And I said, "Gonna be honest, sir. I don't care how you're doing this morning. I was just being polite, and I forgot that you don't like just casual conversation." He's like, "Well, then I'm doing just fine, and you can go do whatever it is you need to do." It's like, yes, I found the treat that tames the beast. Let's see. Oh, Steven. Speaking of Steven, guys, I gotta grab a picture. Steven received our package. You guys are gonna have some mouth watering going on here. I am sorry for the mouth watering. I'm sorry for making you hungry. And big shout out to Tamir. Shout out to Tamir for getting me my coffee this morning as well. I didn't thank my wife because I'm flustered this morning. Oh wow. So this is Jahlon family homemade Jahlon family fudge, and that's what we sent to Steven, and he says it's delicious. So yeah, look at that. Look at Happy. Look at grumpy old man. So yeah. So we sent that to Steven. Catholic school seems like good military preparation. Yeah, ironically. Good morning is used to wish people a good morning, not it's a good morning. Yeah, it's just like I've said this once before, but trying to explain to people that in Gaelic, in Irish Gaelic, there is no hello. Because we don't have the fucking word hello, and you try to explain that to people, and then even Irish speakers who are dual languaged, they're like, yes, it's like, really? We do? Because translate what we use for hello literally into any other language, and they're like, oh, yeah, it doesn't translate to hello. So I'm like, I know, because we don't have a hello. Like, hello in Spanish, hola, it's similar. But I do agree with you. Good morning is supposed to be I'm wishing you a good morning. And it turns out to not be that anymore. So that's a very astute observation, and it's very accurate. I think we could have started this one a while ago. Irish translation for hello is General Kenobi. That's funny. Okay. I used to work with a couple of sailors that like to say top of the morning. So I did some research and found out that saying was a reference to cream rising to the top. So the appropriate responses and the balance of the day to you, meaning someone wished you the best, but it's already being used. You wished all the rest of the unusable day to them. Yeah. Yeah, but hello in Gaelic isn't, see, that's the thing. The greeting in Gaelic is, what is it? It's been so many fucking, it's like Jaya Jut. But that's not hello. That's the thing I try to tell people. That's not actually hello. And you got to be careful when you're doing translations. It's the actual translation for that is it God be with you? It's the Irish greeting, but it doesn't translate to hello. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be careful. You got to be careful with stuff, because you're like, well, how do I say hello in oh yeah, you're wishing the rest of the usable part of the day. Yeah. Can we just agree that today is a bad day for me? Today is the rest of the unusable part of my day. But yeah, so just remember that when you're asking what the greeting, yeah, it's like Jaya, it's like Jaya Jut. I fucking haven't used my Gaelics in like 35 years. So my brain is just like, fuck it. There's too many vowels in that. That's why I don't like vowels. And what the fuck sort of sadistic person created Gaelic anyway? Who puts a D next to a H? Who puts a D next to a H? Come on. What are you doing? But it again, when you're asking somebody how to say hello, make sure you're saying, how do I greet people? How do I greet people? Because top of the morning to you is also a greeting. And top of the morning to you is not a translate. It's like not hello. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful when you're learning languages. Make sure you're learning. You're not like, oh, this is hello, because that's not. It doesn't translate. It doesn't translate to hello. It translates to something else, but it is the greeting. And yeah, Gaelic poetry is one of the most soul-crushing things to learn. No matter how jolly the poem, you need to say it like you want to slit your wrists. Gaelic is 5 different languages put together. Yeah, it is. It really is. It really, really is. And I'm sorry, but Irish has the best slanja. Slanja. That's all you need to know. All you need to know is if somebody yells in the bar, slanja, just pick up a shot glass and shoot it, even if it wasn't your shot glass, and then be prepared to get punched in the face. Steven, you're a big lore guy. What's up with the air pirouettes? Is it the mark of an archmage to do a 720 midair? These are the little shithead people that they need to like tie this person's account to their game account, and then they need to make every one of their animations that ridiculous air pirouette. I think that would be hilarious. With that said, Welsh, sometimes they hate vowels, sometimes they hate consonants. Yeah. It's one of the older languages from Indo-Europe, and it's not in the slightest 5 languages at once. No, it's not 5 languages at once. It's 5 languages put together. It's like, Gaelic is like, let's just throw everything in the pot. And then, of course, the Irish had to just go and start adding on their own shit. Like, hey, you know what? This language wasn't complicated enough. Let's just add some more shit. It's a language sandwich. But let's be honest. No language beats American. And I know, before y'all freak the fuck out on me, Americans don't speak English. We speak American. Why? Because Americans will just make up fucking words. We just make up words. Like, we just make them up. We don't give a fuck. We just make up words. And you're like, we're pliss, plox, pliss, stop the spam, pliss, plox. Who the fuck? How in the fuck does PLOX turn into please? Pliss, PLS, pliss, plox, plebeians. Do I have access to a personal warehouse storage location only in my citizenship node, or do I have access to several personal storage warehouses in basically every node? It's a good question. American English, who needs rules? I before E, except after C, and sounds like nay and neighbor and way. We just throw fucking whatever rules. Whatever. You know, I found out they don't even teach the kids diagramming anymore. Now, I will say this. I will say that I have never diagrammed a sentence as an adult. But I have looked at a sentence and said to myself, usually when it's either a high-ranking officer, you could tell when a high-ranking officer wrote his own memo, or it's like a low-ranking person sending you up a memo. You're trying to be like, what the fuck are they trying to say? Okay, so this is the noun and this is the verb. And this is like 3 lines later. Where's the fucking period? It's like that dude with the question the other day. Fucking like 18 lines of stuff, no question mark. Where's the question? But like, you're trying to figure out like, and we talked about the other day, shall versus will versus should. You're like, you should, it's like people will say you should shower every day. You should shower every day. No, you shouldn't shower every day. You shall shower every day. You will wash your dirty ass every day. Every single day. One of the only times I disagree with George Carlin. George Carlin used to say you don't need to shower every day unless you come in contact with a lot of human waste and garbage, a lot of filth. You don't need to shower every day. George, I know you're up in heaven making God laugh, but I disagree with you on that one. You shall shower every day. Like, my kids know that they shall shower every day. My kids will actually come to me for like dispensation. Like, they'll be like, can I not shower today? I'll be like, what'd you do today? Did you leave the house? Did you do anything? No. Did you go in the hot tub? No. All right, you can have a 1-day pass. Dirty ass people. Can ships be placed anywhere on a beach by a player or only in port cities? Ships can be launched from any land at this current time. At any land at this current time. So. You should shower every 3 to 4 days. Overwashing and brushing your teeth is a problem. No, you should shower every day. You should shower each and every day. Every single day. And all this fucking bullshit research is wrong. You can take a shower and like within 45 minutes you have bacteria growing in the moist areas of your body. Don't tell me you can shower every 3 to 4 days. Bullshit. Bullshit. And if you're the kind of person that showers every 3 to 4 days, stay the fuck away from me. Seriously, stay the fuck away from me because the amount of bacteria that's growing on your body, you're a walking petri dish. People don't even need to learn how to write anymore. There's apps for that. Yeah. When I was in the army, I had an issue reading notes taken by most people because everything is acronyms. Yeah, man. And people got to realize acronyms are bad if you don't spell them out the first time you use them because different people have different meaning for their acronyms. It's a fucking nightmare. It is a nightmare when like one branch of service tries to talk to another branch of service and they use acronyms because our acronyms mean different things. Even in the same branch of service in different areas, an acronym can mean different things. We actually have a book of acronyms, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard of. But we have a book of acronyms and we have to like apply to the book to get our acronym to be like the highest, most commonly used one. It's ridiculous shit. All kids should know the IPA, no, not the beer, the phonetic notation in school, which will enable them to read dictionaries better, to learn pronunciation, and even learn other languages. What does the Air Force call the restroom? The Navy calls it a head. Air Force, some people call it the head, some people call it the bathroom, some people call it the restroom, some people call it a bunch of other things. The latrine, I call it a pisser. My commanding officers be like, man, I'll catch up in a minute. I gotta hit the pisser. What'd you say? I gotta hit the pisser. Water closet. Yeah, there's all sorts of different names for it. I don't understand why we ever call it a bathroom, because there's no bathtub in it, unless it's at your house. Bulkheads equals walls. Yeah. That one. Sparky, I had the advantage. My enlisted tech school is a tri-service school. Army, Navy, and Air Force all go to the same biomedical equipment repair school. So we had Navy chiefs. And man, that is a fucking horrible experience for most people. I was 24 in tech school, so I didn't really struggle. But having an 18-year-old, it's bad enough that they're trying to figure out the military, and then having them trying to figure out a Navy chief. And Navy chiefs like to just fuck with you. I swear they're all multiple personality having motherfuckers. They're like, one day the guy is cool, the next day the guy's a jerk off. It's like they just do that shit to fuck with their sailors. They're like army drill sergeants. They're never the same person twice. It's like you have the same uniform on, you have the same face, the same name tape. You look like the same guy, but you have a completely different personality. Hey man, he doesn't have a completely different personality. It's just fucking Tuesday. Thank you to the whole team for all the amazing work on this game. First question. I guess this person didn't understand. You only get one question. I can't disagree with that assessment. I know you can't, because you know it's true. With limited fast travel options, do you see regular occurrences of people needing to ride for an hour to get to somewhere important, like a dungeon or a world boss? So here's an interesting thing about the question. If the question... of course, I know what Chief, he's me. I know. If your question contains the answer, why are you asking the question? With limited fast travel options, do you see regular an hour or more? First of all, an hour plus. And we just talked about people don't know how to write anymore. Do you see, how does this person string together regular occurrences and then do an hour plus? Just the plus sign. Do you see regular occurrences of people needing to ride for an hour or more to go get to? That's bad prepositional phrasing. Do you see the regular occurrences of people needing to ride for an hour or more to get to something important, like a dungeon or a world boss? Yes. Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Steven has said there won't be any form of macros. Steven has said that you won't be able to have more than one button for one action on like your Logitech keyboard. But yeah. They haven't said anything about in-game macros like Final Fantasy or Rift. Second question. With figures floating around like 45 days to level 1 character, do you have any mechanics in place to cultivate alt character friendliness? Level boost after first character reaches max level, bonus XP gear for alts. No. Fuck you. I mean, honestly, fuck you, no. The point is, the point of alts is that they are equally enjoyable. There is no such thing as an alt in Ashes of Creation. There isn't an alt. There are other mains. There are alternative mains. People forget that alts broken out is alternate character. But yeah, not on Logitech keyboards, Corsair and Steel Series for the win. No programmable keyboard. Get out of here. I'll slap you. Alts are alternate characters. You have to level them in Ashes just like you level your main. They're also going to need care and feeding just like your other characters do. Like, I'll give you an example. My wife has 3 main characters in Final Fantasy. She has the character that we play together with. She has the character with her first guild. And then she, on her other server, she has her neighbors. Since her guild is kind of on a pause right now, they're playing WoW. She is playing with the other guild. So she's leveling up multiple alts. Now why she didn't just level up multiple? Oh, because she needs to be in their free company. So yeah, that makes sense. But in Final Fantasy, there's not a lot of care and feeding of your characters. Your characters don't need that much attention from you. In Ashes, you need to be working on your PvP seasons, in your citizenship, in your social organization, in your religion. So it's not like, okay, I'm max level and I'm bored, I don't have anything to do. It's I'm max level, but I still have to do my daily care and feeding of my character. Not dailies, but I have to be working on my node. I have to be working on my professions. I need to be working on my social organization standing. I have to be working on my religious standing. I got to be doing quests and all this other stuff. So yeah, you're going to be busy. I will have my character I play with my buddies and a character I play with my kids. 2 mains. Good job. Oh my God. Holy fuck. There's so much here. It's not even on one fucking screen. There will always be a form of progression. Yes. All right. I can't wait to see more development of the rogue class line. They are my favorite classes to play in an MMO. I like ducks. I like ducks. Does that have any relevance? I like ducks. I don't like swans. I like ducks. I like mallards. Does anybody care? No. My question, though. Given the current desire to maintain the Trinity system of tank, cleric, DPS, what are the team's plans to make sure the game doesn't bottleneck for the tank and healer in group raid formation? I like playing a tank. I've main tanked for my guild in most of my games that I've played. For Rift, I was a rogue and main tank. Okay, nobody gives a fucking shit about you, my friend. Nobody cares. You know why nobody cares? Because every single person who is playing this game, who has played another game, has a story. My wife likes to play healers, which often makes building a group simple for us. However, many of my DPS preferred friends struggle to find slots to get into content. Dark Age of Camelot was also 8-man party size with easily filled DPS slots, but there were 20 to 30 players trying to get into those 6 slots during its prime. I'm not sure if the summoner... I'm not sure if the summoner is going to be a boon or hindrance to the system. I would hope that a well-played and appropriately geared rogue tank would make a better tank option than a summoner tank pet. No, stupid! No, stupid! No, stupid! No, stupid! Because a rogue tank is not a tank. A rogue tank is not a tank. A rogue tank is not a fucking tank. A tank is anything on the fucking tank line and summoner tank. Anything with tank as a subclass can do limited off-tanking, but they're not main tanks. A fucking Night Shield is not a Night Shield. A Shadow Guardian is not a tank. Okay? Maybe instead of writing a wall of text, you should have spent the 20 minutes it took you to write this and read more about Ashes of Creation's class system. I would hope that a well-played and appropriately geared rogue tank would make a better tank option than a summoner tank pet. I think I've read that X-Cleric will only allow for self-heals. The fuck does that matter? I am worried that 70% of players will play a summoner and be forced into playing... I am worried that 70% of people will play a summoner, be forced into playing a tank X, or struggle through as a cleric X, even though they dislike those roles just to find a group for high-end party content. Okay. If it takes you longer to write the wall of text than it did for you to think of the wall of text, you have a problem. I am worried that 70% of players, I too like to make up numbers on the spot. I'm worried that 82.97% of the people who post on the fucking forums are mentally challenged and not handicapped. By mentally challenged, I mean they're mentally challenged by the fact that they don't use their mentality. Somebody low rolled their intelligence score on their character sheet. This motherfucker rolled their intelligence and they rolled a 1d4 minus 6. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to point out to you one of our most impressive intelligence stat characters. This character rolls their stats with a 1d4 with a minus 6 penalty. Please roll 1d1 to punch yourself in the face. If you ever want to insult somebody, just tell them that they have a 1d4 minus 6 intelligence and see how long it takes them to figure it out. Okay, I do not feel every class should be able to do any role. Well, you clearly fucking do, my friend, because you clearly fucking think that a rogue tank should be able to tank. But only having one real tank option and one real cleric option will hinder many people's ability to take part in party content. Okay. This is why so many game companies fail. because somebody in Intrepid is going to read this and they're going to try to give this person an answer instead of saying, good doggy. First of all, only having one real tank option and one real cleric option will hinder many people's ability to take part in party content. No, the fuck it won't. No, the fuck it won't, because if you want to be a tank, you're a tank. If you want to be a cleric, you're a cleric. If you want to be a bard, you're a bard. If you want to be a damage dealer, now you got some options. Previous statements indicated content is ideally involving each of the 8 classes. No, it has never said it's each of the 8 classes because there's 64 classes, not 8. You mean 8 archetypes. I hope you don't assume the game's population will naturally sort themselves out evenly into the 8 main classes. 8 main archetypes. I feel the lack of fast... The fuck? How the fuck did we end up on fast travel? I feel the lack of fast travel and teleports, while awesome, and I personally support this, will exacerbate. First of all, don't use $5 words don't use a $5 word at the end of a 4-cent post. This bottleneck if a node doesn't have any cleric or tank at hand. In summary, I'm hoping that the majority of the content will allow more than 1/8 of the class options to fill the tank or the healer roles. You guys remember fucking Full Metal Jacket? I'm Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, your senior drill instructor. Choke yourself. Don't touch my hand, numbnuts. Choke yourself. Fuck's sake. This isn't even coherent. This is literally the fucking ramblings of somebody in padded room 4. Now, I'm going to try to dissect this for those of you that are watching the show, and I'm going to try to dissect this out a little bit. And what I'm going to say is it isn't a bad thing. It isn't a bad thing for you to have one tanking archetype, one healing archetype, one support archetype, one jack of all trades archetype, and 4 damage dealer archetypes. I'm going to tell you why. Final Fantasy XIV listened to all the morons out there, and what they did is they created 4-person dungeons. Now, 4-person dungeons don't work out very well because a tank and a healer pull 2 damage dealers out of the queue and they go. Disproportionately more people want to be damage dealers than they want to be tanks or healers. So what you end up in a situation is, you got a lot of people in line for damage dealers in Final Fantasy that wait all fucking day to do content because they can't, I don't know, make friends. I constantly will get pings from people that'll be like, hey man, I need to get through this and I don't have a tank or a healer. I'll say, sure. There have been times that I've grabbed my wife. I've been like, hey, Tamir, jump on your healer. We're doing a piece of low level content. I'd grab tank. She grabs healer. We grab a DPS. Insta queue. We're off to the races. That game has a problem with the population balance. However, if you have 8, count them 8 roles in the party, and you have 8, count them 8 archetypes, nobody is saying that an 8-person party needs to have 1 fighter, 1 tank, 1 rogue, 1 ranger, 1 mage, 1 summoner, 1 cleric, and 1 bard. It is saying that you need to have a tank, a cleric, a bard, and then you fill in the other 5 spots any way you want. Can you expect that there are going to be parties that run 2 rangers or 2 bards? Sure. Are there going to be parties that run no fighters and no rogues? Sure. Are there going to be parties that end up running somebody off-speccing in a sub-tank build because they need an off-tank for a piece of content? Yes. Those things are all going to happen. Let's see. Because tank, cleric, mage, ranger, warrior, rogue has never been a thing. I feel most games have more DPS classes than tank and support. I 100% agree with you. So this person's question is like 19 questions mixed into one. I think the game is going to be boring because there's only 1 tanking class, but there's not 1 tanking class. There's 8. They all start with tank. Remember, when you're choosing your base archetype, what you're choosing is what job do you want? I want to be the tank. I want to be a healer. I want to be a support. I want to be a jack of all trades, or I want to be a damage dealer. With damage dealers, when you pick your fighter, your rogue, your ranger, or your mage, what you're saying is, I want to be a damage dealer and I want to do damage primarily this way. Fighter, melee, rogue, bursty melee with stealth, ranger with bows, and mage, magic damage. Now, can you make a mage that's a weapons master? Sure. Is it going to work very well? No, probably not. Can you make a rogue that's a mage? No, I don't think so. But you might be able to make a night spell that has a lot of magic damage. You're not going to be throwing magic spells like a mage does. Now, you want to be a ranged damage dealer, you got ranger and mage. You want to be an up-close damage dealer, you got fighter and rogue. This is no different than every other MMORPG that has ever existed. They're all based on multiple segments of the triangle. You got tank, you got clear, you got tank, support, and damage dealer. Inside support, you have 2. Inside tank, you have 1. Inside damage dealing, you have 4. Inside damage dealing, you have up close and personal or ranged. In each of those, you break off. So Ashes of Creation is no different than any other game in that regard because they all follow the same basic principles. Do you want to be a guy with a gun, or you're playing Cyberpunk? Do you want to be a guy with a gun? Do you want to be a guy with a sword? You want to be ranged? I should actually take that back a step. Do you want to be ranged? Do you want to be melee? I want to be melee. Okay. Do you want a knife? Do you want a sword? Do you want a bat? Blah, blah, blah. I want to be ranged. Okay. Do you want to be ranged? Do you want to be weapons or cyberdeck? I want to be cyberdeck. Oh, because that is a way different play style than a ranged weapon. I kill entire missions in Cyberpunk. Nobody ever sees me. Yeah, gorilla arms, Manus blades. There's lots of ways to play. I like to personally look at the people and be like, cyber psychosis. Everybody shoot each other. Have a good day. Oh, somebody's still standing? Commit suicide for me. Move on. In the game, folks, in the game. All right, let's knock this out since we fell. Oh, we got 65 allies. We're good. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Then I can tell you a phone call to Samsung is in my future today. I'm hyped to play a tank ranger and keep my squishy DPS safe with my manly bow and arrow. And you know what? You can do that too. You can do that too. I mean, you absolutely can do that. Did I get anything? Get 5 assists from buffing. I guess I didn't. I guess I don't like that quest. I guess I didn't buff anybody. Oh, and I gotta remember to do this for you guys. For those of you that need it. I don't really like the fact that they added the quests. It means I have to remember to do things. Oh, by the way, Wolfus Moon was so pissed. She pulled us for her first match after she went home. And she was hoping to get us again that day, but we didn't play long enough to catch her, and she was so pissed. I saw her yesterday. She's like, oh, that made me so mad. I was like, haha. So, rolling down. Seeing how classes are very fluid in this game when it comes to playstyle, weapons, and armor, will certain classes have abilities that are weapon locked? Ranger having to use a bow for certain moves, a mage having to use a wand or staff for casting, or fighter having a cleave that only works with two-handed weapons? Yes. The answer is yes. There are some abilities that must use a specific weapon. A couple of the examples we have is that if your tank has an ability called Shield Bash, you probably have to have a shield equipped to do it. And then if your character has something called like Arrow Rain, you have to have a ranged weapon equipped. You're not going to throw Great Mauls at the people. You're not going to throw one Great Maul up in the air and have it split into like 99 Great Mauls. You're not going to be doing a Shield Bash with like, a greatsword. What do you call a knight who's afraid to fight? Surrender. Nice. So yeah, there are certain abilities that are tied to um a specific weapon. Since the game is subscription based, if people miss out on payment or not pay for a decent amount of time, will their account be deleted, or will they still be able to resubscribe and get their account back? In what game, if you don't subscribe, is your account deleted? I can't think of a game that your account gets deleted. Does anybody know of one? Because I don't know of one where your account gets deleted. Never seen that. Never seen that at all. So does anybody does anybody know that one? At all? Do you think a cleric will need a spear for divine censure? No, because divine censure is the spear is the animation. I wasn't quite sure, but in Diablo 2, if you didn't play for 90 days, your characters would be deleted. No. No. Diablo 2 was a PC home game. Are you talking? No, Diablo 2, if you didn't play for 90 days, your characters wouldn't be deleted? Shit, man, I played Diablo years after I stopped. All my characters would be there. Yeah, you're talking about... No, not even on BattleNet. Because they were... Hold on, I'm trying to think back here. This is fucking going back like 20 fucking years. No, because your character wasn't stored on BattleNet. Your character... Because... It was an online game but you joined into the lobby. Hold on. Now you got me thinking. Now you got me thinking. Now you got me thinking. Yeah, it's like 20 fucking years ago. 21 years ago. 21 years ago this year. I don't remember. I don't remember. Did they really? I'm trying to think. It's been a minute. I'm trying to think if your character was stored. I think you might be right. I think if you were playing online on BattleNet, then yes, your character would get deleted. But if you were playing multiplayer, multiplayer via like a LAN party, it was just your local character. Who was the roundest knight in King Arthur's court circumference? Do we know if rangers will have any dead zones? Can they shoot at the enemy as in melee range? Originally that was going to be, yes, that should be on the wiki. That should be on the wiki. Yes, there is a minimum standoff for archers. However, I talked to Steven about this, and he recognizes that there is a problem. There is a problem with there's a problem with rangers having a minimum distance, and that is if the melee gets on top of the ranger, then the ranger has no ability. The ranger instantly goes to 0 DPS. Now, some people have made the argument, well, while the ranger is at max range, the melee character has the melee character has effectively 0 DPS, but the melee character can switch to their ranged weapon, and then people say, well, the ranger can switch to their melee weapon. So individual characters. Oh, so yeah, I right now Steven has acknowledged that having them go down to 0 DPS might not work, but that one goes right under the let's do testing. Let's see how broken it is in testing, because it's really easy for them to change it so that when you're inside melee range, then you do less damage. But that's one of those we'll have to see. We'll have to do some testing and see how that works out. Individual characters expires after 90 days of inactivity, not performing an in-game action. Technically, Blizzard can. Okay, so yeah, it was. It was the online ones. Can purge these characters at any time, but they have been lax. Expired characters are available on your account until another player recycles their names or your Diablo 2 Battle.net account is deleted altogether. Expired characters are available on. Okay. Yeah, man, like Battle.net 20 years ago wasn't that. Battle.net 20 years ago wasn't that good anyway. It was more fun to play LAN. By the way, Diablo 2 Remaster is officially a thing now. It's officially a thing. I'm looking forward to that. I'm stoked for that, actually. In that case, you need to have a couple of melee abilities as a ranger. Well, remember, your abilities aren't melee ability. Well, a very few of your abilities are tied to a weapon. So some of your abilities as a ranger, rangers had Slice in Alpha Zero, which was a melee attack with their bow. They're going to have some melees. They're going to have some some melee abilities they can take. What's really going to matter is, do they take them? And that's going to be another one of those situations where just because you're getting killed by a melee all the time doesn't mean anything is broken. It might simply be that you don't know what the hell you're doing. You might not know what in the blue hell you're doing with your build. Just because something doesn't work right for you doesn't mean that it's broken. It's like I said, the people who don't take any CC and they don't take any CC breaks, and all they have is 16 damage abilities. And they don't take any CCs, they don't take any CC breaks, and then they wonder why they struggle so much. Well, yeah, it's great that you have a non-stop barrage of damage abilities, but you have absolutely no jukes and you have absolutely no CC. Well, how did you expect that to turn out? What exactly were you expecting to happen? What's the next class that will get a skills preview? It should be tank. They flip-flopped tank and mage. They flip-flopped tank and mage. So, let's see. Utility ability to just be able to unattach one side of the string off the bow and boom, fishing rod. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a class, it's an archetype. If they can't be bothered to fix their one chart that causes all the issues, it's just getting more and more difficult to keep it straight. But yeah, it's archetype. It's an archetype preview. It's not a class preview. Let's see. Will we get higher class undead summons, rites, liches, ghosts, or are we stuck with skeletons and zombies? You should be stuck with skeletons and zombies, maybe mummies. You shouldn't be. Well, first of all, you're summoning a ghost. A ghost isn't really like. Ghost isn't really a higher class undead. Ghosts aren't also. Ghosts fall into an interesting category of the undead. Ghosts are more the dead. Ghosts are really more the dead. Rights. I'd almost have to say that they are also the dead. I'm trying to remember D&D's classification for them. Though, yeah. Rights. There's a lot of different definitions of them. Um, some people call them the living. Some people call them demons. No, they're not. They're not undead. Not universally. Not across the board. Because I was checking. One game has them as demons. One game has them as they're actual living creatures. They're not undead. And then one game has them as undead in a physical body. They're not universally. They aren't universally classified. So lich, vampires. Yeah, technically, liches are the undead. That's I can't think of a game that calls a lich anything but an undead. A ghost is the dead. A wraith is the dead. There's no undead. Are players that die in AOC and then get revived classified as undead? I don't think we actually die. I think that I think we're prevented from death. There's going to be a lore reason why we revive, and that's what we're waiting on. I don't think we actually die. I think there's divine intervention at the moment just before death. And that's why we don't expire. Yeah, our gods say no, it's not our time, and send us back to our body. Yeah, differentiation between being corporeal. Yeah, now that you think of that, yeah, there's lots of ways. See, the problem is that when you start getting into like a lich, because there's not a universal standard, a lot of people turn around and they say, well, in D&D, and I'm like, well, fuck you. D&D isn't the only tabletop game that like talks about necromancy and the dead and the undead. You've got two other major games that deal with the dead and the undead. You've got Rifts and you've got Vampire the Masquerade. And Vampire the Masquerade has an entire, World of Darkness has an entire game called Wraith the Oblivion. And you start getting into liches and the Risen. When a lich jumps the shroud and takes over a physical body, they become one thing. They become a skin rider. When they jump over at the moment of death, you get wraiths that are following around people that they know that are about to die, and at the moment of death, they jump into their body and they become a risen. So yeah, you got to remember, you can't just use Dungeons and Dragons. You got to use, not only do you have to use all the games out there, you also have to sometimes go into books. Is a lich a master necromancer, or is it an undead brought back by necromancy power, or is it a ritual to sell your soul? It's all three, actually, and that's it's all three, and that's the problem. Some places, for some genres, a lich is the ultimate achievement in being a necromancer, because you're a necromancer and you've obtained eternal life. In other ones, it is an undead that is brought back with your power. And then in some types, it is a ritual to sell your soul. And then you start, and then you get into like, you get into demon packs. And so, yeah, don't get started on undead necromancers. Also, don't forget, if you're an undead necromancer, you are instantly vulnerable. You're instantly vulnerable to attacks by the undead. Because if you're an undead necromancer, you cannot use the spell Banish Undead without making a saving throw against yourself. Because if I throw Banish Undead up on this room and I fail my own saving throw, I have to banish myself. Because the power, my magic would kick my own ass out of my room. So, the logic why necromancers can't raise fellow necromancers. Yes. Rift, the tabletop game, is actually really funny because there is a blood priest which serves a vampire intelligence. So you got your vampire intelligence, you've got the master vampire, you've got the blood priest, which is like a half step below the master vampire. But the blood priest can command and summon secondary vampires. And then you have the problem where those vampires are at the end of their 48 hours. They're like, we're gonna fucking eat you. The healing spells should do damage to the undead. For most undead, yes. For most undead, yes. For greater undead, no. For greater undead, no. But yes, I do agree. I do agree that healing spells should do damage to the undead. Everything except like a vampire, a mummy, definitely a zombie. Depending on which type of ghoul you're using, because there are two types of ghouls. There are ghouls like there's grave ghouls, there's demonic ghouls, and then there's ghouls that are retainers of vampires. People that are fed humans that are fed vampiric blood become ghouls. So yeah, necromancy, man, you can do a lot with necromancy. You can do a lot with necromancy. It's Battle Bard. What's up, Battle Bard? You can do a lot with necromancy. So how would you avoid that a server has many inactive characters for whatever reason? If I cannot pay my monthly payments for a while. What? Shouldn't we just... No, same fucking thing. How will you avoid that a server has many inactive characters for whatever reason? If I cannot pay my monthly payments for a while, will my character be deleted? Or what plan do you have to avoid that maybe a server has too many characters which are not being used? Okay, so characters that aren't being used don't matter. And this is why we need to get back into that answer of that 50,000 to 10,000 ratio. Because yes, part of that 50,000 goal is going to be all the people who don't play all the time or take breaks. However, it doesn't matter if they don't need to do anything if a server has a bunch of inactive characters. All that matters is that they have 10,000 active playing characters during prime time. So, that's how that's going to work. What plans do you have to avoid that maybe a server has too many characters which are not being used? Characters that are not being used don't matter. You could, and then somebody asked me this question on my YouTube. You could have 50,000 accounts on a server. And that means, let's say you have 8 alts. You could have 400,000 characters on a server. That's not what matters. What matters is how many active players there are. How many active players there are. How many active accounts there are. How many characters that are made doesn't matter. It's how many active logins per day is what matters. But what if active characters want to be on that server that has too many inactive accounts? Well, you don't want accounts that have. You don't want to have You don't want to have servers that the population has fallen below the minimum threshold, because then you just have a boring server that you eventually have to merge. The ideal goal is that Intrepid will be able to properly maintain populations so that the populations remain stable, so that they don't end up in that situation. They don't want to end up in that situation. Anyway, guys, I am going to take a real quick break. The start of my show was a little rough. I'm gonna take a walk away for a minute. I want to clear my head. I will be right back, and then we're gonna continue to stare at this grayed out monitor, which is triggering the shit out of me. I'll be right back. So it was all quiet on the Western Front, and I was trying to figure out why my house was so quiet. Mir's got a headache. Mir's in bed. So can you explain to me why you think that 50,000 accounts is questionable? I've only experienced with WoW's classic private release servers, and it usually between 9 to 12K online with 100,000 accounts created after the first 24 hours. 1 to 2K queue. 50,000 accounts is probably a good amount, but I think it shouldn't be locked at that number for a long time. No way 50,000 accounts can hold 10K concurrent 4 to 6 weeks after release. Okay, so here's the problem with some of your mentality. First of all, I want you to think about this. I want you to think about this here for a second. If there are only 9 to 12,000 people online, okay, if there are only 9 to 12,000 people online, with 100 accounts created after the first 24 hours, 1 to 2K in queue, that dog doesn't hunt. Those numbers are bullshit, okay? And trust me, I'm a guy that spent like 7 years of my life in the military being fed bullshit numbers. There is no fucking way that 100,000 accounts were created in the first 24 hours, and that was the level of hype and anticipation. And there were 9 to 12,000 online with a 1 to 2 person queue. That's just bullshit numbers. Those are just bullshit numbers, because if there was only 9,000 online, there wouldn't be any queue. Because if you can have 12,000 online, see what I'm saying? Your numbers are all wags. Your numbers are all bullshit. And I'm not calling you out, because you may be repeating what the numbers you were given. But those numbers right there, I can look at those numbers as a project manager, as a CPI expert, and I can say those numbers are total bullshit. Period. Because your ranges don't line up. If there's only 9,000 online, GM's usually decreasing the server cap depending on lag. Again, more bullshit. No, it's more bullshit, because then your server can't support. If your server has to be throttled between 9 and 12, and I want you to look at those numbers for a second. I want you to look at those numbers. You're talking that you have a 25% margin of error on lag. I could get down with the fact that there'd be 1 to 2,000 people in queue at 12,000, because that's your cap. But if your cap changes between 9,000 and 12,000, there's a problem there. So there's some bullshit going on. You're talking a range of 3,000 people. You're talking a range of 3,000 people. So that right there is bullshit. And 100,000 accounts created after the first 24 hours. So you're telling me, hold on. Well, I can't jump to the 50,000. I have to address what was put into play, because that becomes the foundation. There's no fucking way 100,000 accounts were created in the first 24 hours and there was only a 1 to 2 person queue. Because then where the fuck did the other 87,000, 86,000 people go? You see what I'm saying? Where did those other 86,000 people go? Oh, I'm just going to make an account here and I'm never going to come back. So that's a problem. Then the problem becomes, WoW is a totally different game than Ashes of Creation. I guess we're going to have to Bob Ross this up for a second. Let's Bob Ross this up. And I'll show you why it's such a problem. Now, first of all, what we have here is we need ourselves 2 clocks, right? We need ourselves 2 clocks. Let's use this color, because I'm not gonna try to draw a 24-hour clock from my memory. So this clock is AM, right? And this clock is PM. And this is the one that kind of matters. Now what we have here, and I'm gonna choose 3 to 11 because we don't know when prime time is going to be, right? We don't know when prime time is going to be. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna choose 3 to 11 on this server. I kind of want something that'll work a little better. So from 3 to 11 on this server, this is prime time. So this is 3 p.m. We're going this way. to 11 p.m. This is prime time for the... I didn't need to put PM there, though, because I put it underneath. So you got 3 to 11. This is the prime time. So this is where all of your main events are going to happen. This is where your sieges are going to happen and your wars are going to happen. This is when everybody wants to be on. And so what you're saying is... What you're saying is... There's a pool of 50,000 people. Wow, he's like a giraffe, motherfucker. There's a pool of 50,000 people here that while you have the, and this is 50K. There's 50K of these people, right? And what you have is 10,000 slots. Now, my concern is that they said this is how they want this to be at launch. Okay, they want it to be this way at launch. In a normal game, like WoW, Final Fantasy, I'm gonna use myself for Final Fantasy, right? I'm just gonna let me throw myself in here in this nice yellow color. I play Final Fantasy between 10 and noon, and then I play from noon to 3. I'm never on Final Fantasy at night. I'm never on Final Fantasy during like prime time North America because I play in the daytime because I'm doing work for you guys at night. I'm making videos and all that other shit. So I play outside of what is considered NA Prime, which means it's fine that my account is on my server because I don't take a spot up of somebody that's trying to play at night. How are you going, and once this battle's over, we'll switch back to our map. How are you going to do, and that's why we need this answer, and we need this answer on this live stream. And this is why I do kind of look at Intrepid and the moderator that decided to lose his fucking mind and be a mouthpiece. And I'm just like, that was kind of dumb. It was kind of a dumb way for you to go about it. I said, people need this answer. People need this answer because what's not going to happen is sometimes people are creating an account on day 1, but they can only play on day 3. Sure. Some people. And I acknowledge that, some people, but you're talking 87,000 people made an account on day 1 and didn't expect to play on day 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. And then people that were playing on day 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, some of them obviously fucked off. But that number range is so big. That number range is so big that it's just bullshit. You got to give me, I would need hard facts. I would need hard data, physically access to see what's going on without somebody giving me, because basically the numbers you gave me sounds like that's what somebody's like saying about their server. And it sounds to me like bullshit because somebody's trying to make everything sound good. Oh, well, we figured out a way to have 100,000 accounts created and 12,000 people online. The fuck? What? No, you didn't, because you're talking about a physical impossibility. Now, maybe Intrepid has the magic formula. Maybe, can I link a screenshot? You can link a screenshot. There's no bans on links. Maybe Intrepid's found the magic formula, but I don't see this working at launch because if your queue, if you log in and you see that you are 37,505 in queue, and that happens every day the first week, you're gonna charge back and you're gonna fuck off and you're gonna go do your thing. You're gonna go do your thing. You're not gonna sit there and you're not gonna sit there and sit in a queue all night, every night. For a 24-hour game with no primetime specific goal and variable international player base, I can see the numbers working. Exactly. if you're talking about a 24-hour server, because then what I do is I take the 12,000 that are online and I actually times that by 3. Okay. So first of all, 800,000 accounts created. This doesn't give, okay. This doesn't give me half of the data that you said. This screenshot in no way, shape, or form validates the information you gave me. 800,000 accounts created, 150,000 active accounts. Though you can't find anything better because what you're saying is I got a really hot girlfriend and I drive a Maserati and you're showing me a picture. I know, I turned the camera off for a second. You're telling me you have a really hot girlfriend and you drive a Maserati, but you're showing me a fucking picture of, you know, the homely girl down the street and you're driving a Pinto. Like, give me a screenshot that proves those numbers. Because this person's progressive vanilla, 800,000 accounts created, 100. Well, first of all, we're talking about a bunch of fucking thieves anyway. Okay. Talking about a bunch of fucking thieves because they're breaking copyright law. That's why I'm not showing the picture. But 800,000 accounts created, 150,000 active accounts. Well, that's right there. I can tell you something's up right there because what you have is 18.75% player retention. So you've already got a problem there. So I'm going to jump back. I think the crux of this sort of question is fairly unreasonable hypothetical, but that's one that's giving them worry. Say after 4 months, a server that has 50,000 accounts has 10,000 inactives and 10K regular logins. The worry is that an expansion comes out, new people make accounts on that currently low active server, and then the old inactive 40K accounts come back to check out the expansion. The concern in that case would potentially not being able to get back on your old server due to the new guys. Here's the problem. Imagine I sold you a ticket to Disney World. Okay? Imagine I sold you a ticket to Disney World. And imagine Disney World can only have 10,000 people inside the gates at one time. And I sold you a ticket for $500. And then you get there and you find out you're 37,000 people in line back. Or let's go a different way. What if I gave you a free ticket to Disney World? And Disney World has a park attendance cap of 10,000. And I gave you a free ticket, but I also gave out 50,000 free tickets. One of the things about giving out a lot of free tickets to an event is that some of the tickets that you give out, people aren't going to show up. It also used to be, if you guys remember, the airline industry back in the 90s, back before 9/11, back before they didn't want unticketed passengers wandering around the terminal. Did you know people used to book airline tickets and then not show up to fly that day? It was like the weirdest shit ever. They would like book a ticket and not show up. That's why standby became a thing. Standby flying became a thing because people would buy a ticket for an airplane and not show up. And the airlines wanted to make sure to fill absolutely each and every seat. So they would actually oversell the airplane a little bit, knowing people were going to cancel. And then they'd allow standby people. You guys know before 9/11, there was no fucking security. You could just walk up to the gates. You had to go through a metal detector, but back before 9/11, you used to go into the airport. Like, I would pick up family members. I'd be all the way up at the gate waiting for them. There was no waiting for them at the post check. So it was the same sort of mentality. You sold a little bit more than your capacity, knowing not everybody's going to show up. But the airline with 200 seats on the plane didn't sell 1,000 seats because they knew out of 1,000 people, more than 200 are going to show up. At first, I was thinking that there's going to be a cap of 30,000 and then leave 20,000 overflow for buddy codes and gradual population increases. As they stated right now, it doesn't seem that that's the case. My numbers were all assumptions from the get-go, though. My concern And why I asked that question and why I asked you guys to ask that question, and apparently we're just going to have different definitions of words. We're just going to have we're just going to put up words in our rules and then not define them and then not use the standard definition, which is okay. Their house, their rules. But you're going to put 40,000 extra during launch week. Now, I could see if they, and the reason why I want them to clarify that statement is because Steven has said, well, we're going to be using certain throttles, character creation throttles during launch week, but that 50 to 10 ratio is our launch goal. I'll tell you right now, if you try to put me in a queue at 37,000 fucking people, you can bet. I mean, could you imagine that if I'm a streamer and I'm sitting in queue for all 5 hours of my stream? Could you imagine that? Could you imagine Asmongold trying to stream Ashes to 80,000 people? And then what's going to happen is some people say, well, a streamer is not going to have to sit in queue. And then we're going to go right back to fair and equal. I'm a streamer. I should not get preferential server priority. I should not get preferential server priority. I should not get onto the server any faster than anybody else. If I log in and I'm in a 37,000 person queue, I should have to sit there in a 37,000 person queue. Yeah, Arcade launch. When will Ashes most likely release? Probably 2023. It's already difficult for you to wait 5 to 10 minutes for a game queue. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. And then here is the other problem when you start talking about having multiple games running on your computer at one time. When you have multiple games running on your computer at one time, then you have the issue of, so you want me to sit in a 10,000 person queue? What do you expect me to do during that time? I see your point about sieges and big events are on launch day be a problem with 50K accounts, but during no action time, I don't see that 50K players can hold higher than 3 to 5K online. No, dude, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Flat out. I've seen the data from Arcade. I have seen the actual company data. It was shared with me. They had queues in Arcade for fucking weeks after launch. At launch, they had 4,400 players in the starter areas, and they could support an extra, I'm trying to dig back my brain, like 5 years of data. I want to say that the starter areas at Arcade launch could hold 4,400 players, but that was 1,100 players per starter area. And once you got moved out of those starter areas, the server capacity was an extra 2,600 players. I want to believe, because I've thrown out all of my Arcade notebooks from where they shared data with me. I want to believe, if my memory serves correctly, that each Arcade server at launch could hold 7,000 people. And they had queues of 1,400 plus for fucking weeks. For weeks. My wife would log my account in. I would get home from PT. At 3:30. 3:45. And she would start my login process right around 1,400. Right around 1,400, she would start my login process. And then I would get home like an hour and a half, 2 hours later, and I would decide what I was going to do at that point. Was I going to shower? Was I going to eat? What was I going to do? Was I going to go for another run? Was I going to go for a run that day? Did I get home from going to the gym and then look at the queue and be like, okay, I'm already in my workout clothes. Let me go run. Let me go do a 3-mile run. That's how long the queue was for weeks after launch. Weeks, not like a couple of weeks. 50,000 players, 3 to 5K online. where are you getting those numbers? Because that you're talking about then a less than 10% retention. You're talking about less than 10% retention. Then that means your problem isn't your 10,000 to your 10,000 to 50,000 ratio. It means your game sucks. AOC being hosted by AWS, queues being minimal is irrelevant. It doesn't matter who's hosting your server. It doesn't matter who's hosting your server. If your server only allows for 10,000 concurrent people, your server only allows for 10,000 concurrent people. It doesn't matter who's hosting it because they're not doing blading, they're not doing sharding, they're not doing instancing. So, the thing is it's not a matter of it's not a matter of raising that 10,000. It's a matter of the game is designed with 10,000 concurrent players in mind. And I don't honestly, it's like I could sit down with Steven and do like a whole hour-long interview on the game design decisions that are being made around this, because let's do another one. Let's do a game design decision, and we gotta Bob Ross it up. We gotta have paint. So here's the thing, and I want people to recognize this is another one of those why we need an answer and why the numbers. So you've got 50,000 people, right? And you've got 10,000 people. Now, this is your concurrent, right? This is your online. Now here's just one aspect to this, right? Castle Siege. 250 versus 250 equals 500 times 5, 2,500, right? On your siege day, 2,500 people are going to be engaging in castle sieges. That's 25% of your online population. But if you assign 50,000 people, to a server, on this side, it's 5% of your population. So you're telling me you're designing a game where you think only 5% of your population wants to engage in castle sieges? So what is so bad about what is so bad about the thought process behind your castle siege system that you think only 5% of people on your server are going to want to engage in it? And then take it a step further. It's not that you think 5% of people are ever going to engage in it. You're saying that only 5% of the accounts on a server can ever engage in a castle siege. Do you guys see where as a project manager, as a CPI guy, this number doesn't sit well? What numbers do you have in mind that would fit well? That's not my job. Isn't to be the problem solver. My job is to be the problem identifier. I don't have access to their idea, their vision, their destination. That's the thing about being a CPI guy, a continuous process improvement guy. I'm not there. I'm not a subject matter expert on what you're trying to do. I can't give you the answer. All I can do is point out. All I can point out is this dog doesn't hunt. All I can point out is this dog doesn't hunt. Because literally, the question then becomes, are you really expecting that your castle sieges are going to be restricted to 5% of the server population? Your castle sieges are going to be restricted to 5% of the server's population. And is that your intention? Now, I'm not saying 100% of the population is even interested in engaging in castle sieges. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if the number of people interested in being part of castle sieges is above, we'll divide it evenly, 33 into PvPers, PvEers, and PvXers. So we'll start with and I know, let's do 40, 40, 20. And what I mean by that is We're going to do 40% of people are pure PvPers, 40% of people are pure PvEers, and 20% of people are PvXers. And without any other solid data, I think that that's a conservative number. I think that this is a conservative lineup. We cross these people out right off the bat because they're PvEers. Of these PvXers, we'll say half of them would be interested in a castle siege. Of the PvPers, I'm going to go conservative. I'm going to say 15%, or I'm going to say half of this population, a little less than half. So yeah, 15%. So you got 25% of the population is interested in doing a castle siege, right? And that lines up that way. But that means 20% of there's content, 20% of people will never get a chance to do based on your numbers. I don't see that working. I know nothing about MMO server architecture. Would they be able to spin up extra servers around prime time to allow 50 to 100% more players on during the siege hours? No, and here's why. Because the game isn't doing blading, and the game isn't doing sharding, and the game isn't doing instancing. Now, is it possible technologically, theoretically, to create more servers? Yes, but not with the way they're doing it. That creates the competition for those that want to siege. No, J Peeps, it doesn't. Because you're creating competition with server access versus the server queue. You're not creating competition in game. What you're doing is you're creating you can't even get into the game to participate. So, yeah, you see what I'm saying? What you're doing is you're creating a situation where I'm supposed to be at a siege and I can't get in. I can't even get onto the server. Now you can alleviate some of that. And I talked about this the other day. What you can do is, if you moved all the sieges to an instance server, then what you could do is this. And we're gonna do a little bit, and you guys have no idea how painful this is because this looks brown on my left-hand screen that's jacked up at the moment. But you have East, you have Central, you have West Coast authentication server. We're going to do Central because I play Central. So you have your authentication server stacked, and then your first step is your siege check. You're already through your authentication server. It's going to do a siege check. Is Jahlon, there is no mountain time zone. There's like 6 of you that live there. Is Jahlon scheduled for a siege? If yes, then we instantly move Jahlon. If it is inside of the siege window, we put Jahlon on the siege server. If no, and we put Jahlon in queue for the game server. This right here instantly changes the dynamic of your fucking queue dilemma. Because nobody is going to be sitting in queue to get into the game to then get into their siege. If you do a cascading check and you move all the sieges onto a siege server, then Jahlon is scheduled to be at a siege. Boom. Doesn't matter. It could be a castle siege. It could be a node siege. All the people that are supposed to be at the siege, they move on to a siege server. You move that physical location for that opportunity. For that castle siege is really easy to do this for too. Castle siege becomes really, really easy to do this for. Because I know people want a completely static open or a completely open world. A completely open world. I don't think there's a problem with having a seamless transition to another server that can then be moved to be a standalone server on siege day. Are there any stats on accounts versus online players of other games? There are, Stun. There are lots of these numbers. There are lots of this data. But here's what those other games don't have. Those other games don't have a very specific and designated prime time window where Node Wars guild wars, sieges all occur. How many people quit the game after 1 or 2 days? I assume there's a percentage. Again, there is, but a lot of bad data gets gathered because there's a lot of people who quit free-to-play games on day 1, and those people play through their entire month when it's a subscription-based game. The sunk cost fallacy teaches us that people who are financially tied into a product tend to spend more of their time on the product because they've already spent the money on it. You've spent $15 on it. Is there a percentage of people who quit after the first day or the second day and they do a chargeback? Yes, there are. But when you have a free-to-play game, people will leave a free-to-play game because they have no investment. Sieges happen in the open world. They do and they don't, and that's why they could move the sieges to an instance server. While the sieges do in fact occur in the open world, you have to pre-register for them, and if you're not pre-registered, you can't participate. So if you have to pre-register anyway, that's not really open world content. So when Intrepid says, well, we want to keep it open world, well, then don't have a pre-registration and let whoever wants to show up, show up. Well, we want to keep Castle Sieges fair. Oh, and then that's fine. That's fine. Nobody's disputing that you want to keep it fair. You want to keep it, you want to keep it equal. You want to keep it 250 versus 250. But if you're going to have pre-registration, what prevents you and your 100 from just rolling up? You die if you enter the siege zone and you're not pre-registered. You fucking die. But did you die? Yeah, I died. You hit the boundary wall where you're not supposed to be and you die. So it's not open world. And that's like one of those, I want to sit down with them and be like, do you understand that you guys have this bad habit of creating your own definitions for lots and lots of things? And while you're entitled to create your own definitions for lots and lots of things, if it clucks like a chicken and it pecks grain like a chicken and it wakes me up at 2 o'clock in the morning on the roof because it, is pinging on the metal roof like a chicken, I'm going to call it a chicken. You can call it a duck off all you want, but if it goes, if it goes cluck, 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 not quack, 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 then you're calling it a duck and I'm saying, no, that's a chicken. It's like my cat thinks he's a dog. My cat thinks he's a dog. He plays fetch. He growls. He runs outside. He wears a leash. My cat thinks he's a dog. My cat thinks he's a puppy cat. At the end of the day, though, when I take him to the vet, my vet is like, that's a feline. And I'm like, nah, he's a puppy cat. My vet's like, yeah, that's cute and all, but that's a feline. You know what I'm saying? You could say that it's open world, but if there's a pre-registration, it's not really open world anymore. It's in the open world, but it's not really open world. Let's see. Puppy cat. Then after a siege, how do you migrate them into the game server? They just go in a queue. They would just go after the siege. After the siege, you would just drop them off of this server and they would go into the queue and then they'd have to wait. And I know people will say, bullshit, I was already playing the game. Well, bullshit. We designed it so that you can get into your siege and not get delayed. What happens when you log on in a spot that is designated to be a siege? You just spawn in and die? Yeah. A couple of bits there. Why are you signing out at a castle the day before siege day? And you're going to know days in advance about a node siege. So really, I don't think, here's the thing. I don't believe that there needs to be hand-holding to the level that other games do. Guess what? You logged out somewhere that there's going to be a siege and you died. Get fucked, you died. One death. I don't think they need to start changing rules because of one death. I don't think they need to add extra code in. They should just port me out. No, they should fucking kill you. Don't be logged out there. Well, I was just up at the castle looking around. Is it your castle? No? Well, get the fuck out. Don't be up there. Don't log out there. Because nobody accidentally logs out somewhere if they know the penalty is death. Nobody logs out somewhere where they're going to die if they know they're going to die there. People stop logging out there. The government can reserve people right and others just sign up. The king decides who's defending the castle. The guild leader who drops the siege flag decides who's attacking the castle. Every citizen in the citizenship chain is registered as a defender, and attackers just sign up. So, what are the odds we can create our own customizable NPCs? Something we can nurture, grow alongside, and fully equip, with the ability of granting them titles the same as the player, assuming they meet the same criteria. This would be an amazing side project to give the player another identity. Called the fucking alt. So if you register and log off, you don't know if you participate or not. Which type of siege? Castle or node? Castle, you don't sign up for a castle siege and not know. You're gonna know. You're gonna know because guild leaders aren't just going to be accepting randos. If you're a single player, you're not gonna be doing a castle siege. That's not gonna happen. You're gonna be known by the guild leader, by the king, or by the person dropping the siege scroll. You're not gonna be participating in castle sieges as a solo. Just so you're clear. As a node siege, you're gonna know because you registered and you're registered. What are the odds you can create your own customizable NPCs? Okay, first of all, you do have your own customizable NPC. It's called your champion that you use for military node mayor decision. As far as the rest of this, I think this would be an amazing side project. Well, first of all, I don't need you to tell me that you think that this would be an amazing side project, because I don't think you took the time to leave a comment on the forums and you're like, you know what? I think this is just a total fucking waste of fucking breath. I mean, I know bias tells me you think your idea is a good idea. Castle sieges, you should know a month in advance. No, you know a week in advance. The declaration week is the week of the castle siege. And there are a bunch of events that happen at the castle siege, but the castle cycle. But the castle siege itself is one of the 4 weekly events. If it was a solo player and a node was under siege. Okay, solo player, node. Different. Solo players can engage in node sieges. I thought one was forced every month. No, somebody has to drop a declaration flag. So if a solo player and a node was under siege in like a day, how would he know? Would there be a banner when we log in? I don't know how that's going to be designated, but you're going to have an announcement. Link to the stream raiders, please. Will the broadcast the castle sieges so people who can't be there or give a content creator spectate rights? No, and I'm 100% against that. They were originally going to do that, and I've advocated against it, and Steven understands why I'm advocating against it. There should not be a spectator mode for the castle sieges. The reason why there should not be a spectator mode for the castle sieges is you should not be able to see anything that a player cannot see. They were going to do it where there was a camera mode that you could use to see like the battle, and I said, no, Steven, that's fucking stupid. People who aren't involved in the castle siege, guess what? People who aren't involved in the castle siege, they don't deserve to see the castle siege. Period. You want to see a castle siege? Then you hope a content creator at the castle siege makes content. You hope a content creator you hope a streamer who's at the castle siege is streaming the content. You shouldn't have the right to have a spectate mode, because then you're able to gain intelligence on the group. And that means if you can gain intelligence on the group, my enemy can get intelligence on the group. And then they said, well, maybe we'll release footage after. And I said, fuck that too. If I successfully take a castle in 27 minutes, I don't want any fucking, like, my guild will know. If we take a castle in 27 minutes, the people in my guild are going to know you motherfuckers don't share shit. You guys put a big black fucking box up in the middle of your screen. You blur out the party composition. You put a big black box up. You talk about it. You don't show shit. because we just did something in 27 minutes. Guess what we just created? We just created the meta. I don't want anybody to know that, because in 4 weeks, I don't want to be facing that shit. Because if I created something that blitzkrieged a castle in 27 minutes, I sure as shit don't want to face that in 4 weeks, because maybe I figured out something that is almost unstoppable. Now, if the developers come to me and ask me questions as a player, I am not obligated to give you answers. However, they are not obligated to let me keep my account. So if a developer comes to me and says, hey man, you seemed to like steamroll that castle siege this week. Like you were, in 27 minutes, you had the castle, including a 5-minute channel. Be like, yeah, I did. Here's how I did it. And I'll be like, this shit's overtuned. Like in Arcade, if you guys didn't know this, there were these explosive barrels in alpha. And the way you took a castle in record time was you had people buy those explosive barrels, run up to the wall, drop all those explosive barrels and run away. Before anybody even got situated, you could take out an entire wall. And then that was it. You were already inside. Well, when we tried to pull that off on live, we found out that those explosive barrels had been nerfed. And that was like, you just see our plan kind of revolved around having these barrels. Yeah, people are like, well, I want to see the castle siege. Well, then that's your motivation to join a guild that can do castle sieges. My question about Ash's localization plans. Going to be more than one language available at the start? No, it's going to be fucking English. Yes, English, German, French, and Russian at launch, and they're going to add Spanish, Italian, and Polish. Why they're adding Italian and Polish, I have no idea, but they must have some data that tells them that Spanish should be a given. Now, I know some of the Spanish speakers in the world, they're like, I don't understand why you're doing French and German, and you're not doing Spanish and blah, blah. Voice your complaints to the European Union. Voice your complaints to the European Union, because games that are published in the European Union need to be published in French and, well, they don't need to be published in French and German, but since you already got to go through all the cost to put all of the documentation in French and German, you might as well translate the game into French and German as well. Spanish, I 100% agree with. My daughter's friend came over to the house last night. I used my Spanish a little bit. I'd love for that kid to come around more often. I'd like to polish my Spanish after 17 years. I'd like to go back to using my Spanish. My daughter is very, very Irish Mexican, and she is very, very illiterate. Or these people just learn English in class. What does that have to do with anything? I'm confused. Guilds will sure need a hard crackdown to ban streaming on castle sieges so people can't stream snipe and gain info. Yeah, I mean, if you're streaming while your guild is taking a castle, don't be surprised when you're losing, because intel is an important thing. For servers in North America at launch, is the plan still to have East Coast, Central, and West Coast server time zones? Yeah, that's a good question. We need to know that. What is Ashes of Creation world going to look like for an alcoholic? Will there be ways to easily swap items between alts? Yes, you just do it through your storage. You could also have spies attending castle sieges to get info on how a guild operates. They could record the siege and show it to the guild that they're spying for. It's going to be really, 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 really difficult to get spies into a guild for castle sieges, because most guilds that are on that level have been playing together for years. And most guilds that are on that level, they have very, very good operational security. A lot of guilds that are highly effective are prior military members. And one of the things they do is they don't share the entire plan with everybody. I always laugh when I'm in a guild when I'm in a guild in a game that I don't feel like being a guild leader for, and I'm in a situation where the guild leader is basically telling me absolutely everything that he's doing because I pull him to the side and I was like, you do realize that if there is even one spy in your guild, you've just given your entire battle plan to the enemy. Well, how should I do it? Decentralized command, decentralized leadership. The plan from, okay, guys, this Sunday we have a castle siege. We're going to be sieging a castle. Well, what do we need to bring? What are we going to do? Okay, what you're going to bring is you're going to bring all the consumables that are on the consumables list for castle sieges. So this list right here, bring everything on this list. And then you put some bullshit. You just always put some bullshit on the list too. Always put bullshit on the list. Why? Because if you're in a guild, that's worth its salt, they're not going to give a shit about buying some bullshit. But then the other people are going to be scratching their head looking at the list. What the fuck do they need fishing rods for? What do you know? Just bring what's on the list. I wonder if I'm a bounty hunter and I'm tracking someone, then a siege happens. Does he just disappear if he attends a siege? No. If he's registered for the siege, he walks in and you die. Just that simple. Wait till after the siege. Also realize that a corrupted individual is probably not going to the siege. It's not really smart to show up to the siege corrupted because then you're showing up to the siege when you die, you're going to get your negative XP. So, because the first time you die as a corrupted, you earn all that juicy negative XP. Go bass fishing after a node siege. Sounds legit. I know, right? So what will Ashes of Creation look like for alts? Ashes of Creation is, we've already talked about alts. Alts are going to be a way of life, but I have a feeling that they're going to design the game so that you're spending as little time on alts as possible. I'm going to go get a cold tea. You guys get a cold beverage as well. All right, so seriously, fuck today. Fuck today. I just looked outside the window and there is fucking snow on the ground, which means I may have to go get my kid. My wife doesn't exactly enjoy driving in the snow. And we get county snow removal. So they come here last. Did I lose a fight to the door again while getting your seat? No, I dropped the no, it's not Sparky. No, man. I just looked out the window. It's calming down. I guess the 1 year moratorium on me getting snow is over. I bought a snowblower last year. I should have checked it. My wife told me yesterday we were getting snow. I should have ops checked it. Alting and multiboxing are not the same thing. Multiboxing is running multiple accounts on the same computer. For those of you that like to make a big deal about multiboxing is not botting. I'm so tired of people saying that. Multiboxing is just you doing multiple accounts on one computer. Since Tamir's in bed, I don't think she's going out to get lunch. And Slim Fasts taste like ass. Just want to say that. But the good part is if Tamir doesn't go into town to get food, then I don't eat during my show. That Joker spooked you for a little bit, had the window on small, thought Jahlon was doing a creepy cosplay or something. What's wrong with, what's wrong with, little Mr. J? How do you know what ass tastes? Oh my God, get out of here. So where we at? Sorry if this has been asked before. In terms of gear progression and general player strength, is it hard capped? If so, how quickly do you expect players to hit this cap? Will the limits be incremental along with new content? Something that keeps me invested is knowing there's more power to be achieved aside from my skill. Well, gear is 40 to 50% of your character strength. Is it hard capped? Gear is always hard capped. Gear is always hard capped. There is always a final best in slot. So, like, in what game is gear not hard capped? Hey guys, greetings from Greece. Love the streaming hour format as I get to watch your streams more. Keep up the good job. Love your content. Aw. So we got Greece, we got Italy, we got Germany, we've got America. Gear is always hard capped. Is there a game that you can think of, an MMO, where the gear isn't hard capped? I mean, even Arcade, as ridiculous as max XP Eternal Tier 2 Hiram is, that's eventually a hard cap. You know what the end. You can vote on people instead of spamming the original question. It makes the original questioner look bad. No, it really doesn't. And let me explain. What makes you really look bad, Mr. Leader of Men? Mr. Leader of Men, what makes you look really bad is you trying to police the forums. You can vote on people instead of spamming the original question. It makes the original questioner look bad. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make me look bad if people spam my question. Second of all, people gotta, now in Intrepid's world, in Intrepid's version of forums, copying pasting a question counts as spam. Okay, your house, your rules. That's not what spam is. That's not what spam is. But if you want to say that's spam, that's fine. But if you want to talk about people looking bad, you're a fucking hall monitor. You don't have moderator next to your name. How about you let the moderators moderate? Okay, let the moderators moderate. Let Intrepid be the police force, and you not be a vigilante. Because really, that's just you being a vigilante. At that point, you aren't authorized to enforce the law, and you're trying to enforce the law. I guess that's textbook definition. None of your business. Yeah. When nodes are in an economic relationship with the trade route, the road will be spawned instantly or build up over time. Good question. I'm pretty sure it's spawned instantly. Because most everything else is spawned instantly. Will there be new animal husbandry animals to unlock post-launch, or will the full list of pets and mounts be available in animal husbandry at launch be final? Really? Come on. You think they're not going to add more shit as time goes on? That's what expansion, that's the textbook definition of an expansion pack. It expands what's available. Hello, dear development team. I didn't know the development team was developing deers. What kind of content do you have planned out for Alpha 1 apart from streaming? Updating ashes101.com, YouTubing, and that's really all the content I make. So you'll get updates to that. You'll get updates to that. And that will lead more people to do more of that. Like that. But yeah, I don't, I mean, is there, am I missing something? Like YouTube videos, streaming, and updating the website. Did I miss something? Let's say I'm killing monsters in Vera. I use one of my AoE skills. Some random guy gathering herbs walks near me and steps in the AoE effect of my spell. He will receive damage from me. No, he won't. Will I go into the incombatant state from this? Well, if you're flagged for PvP, yes. When's the next monthly update? Friday, 11 o'clock Pacific. We'll be watching it live. Will I go into the combatant state for this? No. How will the game handle situations like this? Okay, so we already have this answer. However, like I talked about the other day, this probably isn't a good question for Intrepid to take, only because yeah, he doesn't know literally. So that's why this is an okay question, because these are the kind of people that are clearly new. They're clearly new. And I know he's new because he says he will receive damage from me. But then he says, will I go into the combatant state for this? So this guy, this is legitimately a new player who clearly is lost. That's what makes it a good question. I know you guys are like, well, we've seen this question like 900 times. This is a good question because this is a new person asking a question. I stay the hell out of their thread because I'm not, people aren't there to get my answer. People are there to get their answer. Them being Intrepid Studios. I could answer this question, but I don't because it's not my business. Raging Toby, why are you raging? Will you be able to fast travel back to your campsite or your city you're a citizen of? I'm not sure everyone will have 2+ hours to play every day, and we know the world is large to travel around. So, Raging Toby, the way it's going to work is you won't get, you don't have a fast return to your campsite or your city. You log out and then you pick up your adventure again tomorrow. I said this to somebody this morning, and it's like this. They're not building a game for everybody. They're building a good game. If you only have an hour to play every day, an MMORPG is probably not the game for you. And that's really counterintuitive. That's really counterintuitive for me to say that because I make money if you sign up using my referral code, and I tell people all the time, don't sign up for Ashes of Creation unless you're satisfied. You see how this is? You see how honesty is the greatest salesman tool ever? Honesty is the greatest salesman tool ever. I don't want you to spend a penny at Ashes of Creation unless you're sure an MMORPG of this caliber is for you. Ashes 101 will be DDoSed. Yeah. But the good thing is I'm not Lex and I don't own my server. GoDaddy.com. They're going to be fucking like, what the fuck's going on? Be like, hey. So if you only have an hour to play every day, then you have to accept that you're playing an MMO with only an hour a day. You also have to realize that this isn't like every other MMORPG ever walking the planet where you have to keep going back to a central city in order to do content. There is going to be content that you encounter out in the world. So you're going to have these continuous adventures. Again, though, if you only have an hour a day to play, I don't think you're going to be satisfied by Ashes of Creation. You have 86,400 seconds a day. If you only have an hour a day, and guys, you know I'm big on self-improvement. You guys know I'm huge on self-improvement because I'm tired of listening to people bitch about their lives. If you only have legitimately 1 hour a day of entertainment time, then Ashes of Creation probably won't be for you. And you shouldn't be trying to make Ashes of Creation for you. You should be acknowledging that maybe you should be spending the amount of time between now and launch to better your life so you have more time. Well, I'm in school. Well, good. You're in school. You shouldn't be playing an MMO anyway. You should be going to school and getting an education. Well, I have some free time. No, you don't. You're in college. You should be studying. You should be networking. You should be hitting the stacks. You should be reading books. You know, there's a lot, like, people are like, oh, well, I have free time. Well, then you're wasting your college and you don't belong there. Going to class, doing your homework, and getting grades is the least important part of college. Okay? Fucking mind blown. The piece of paper you get at the end of 4 years of college is the most worthless fucking thing in the world. The only thing a college degree does is give you a resume bullet. I'm sorry. If you don't believe me, I can jump up on the soapbox. Because I'm gonna give you a classic example. I'm gonna give you a classic example of the logic of fucking employers. Ready? All of that stuff you learned in college about doing this job, just throw all that shit out, because we don't do anything the way that they teach you in college. And the person says, well, that's okay because I don't have a college degree. And then the person says, oh, well, then you can't have the job. Colleges, employers only want you to have a college degree because they know you're trainable. The only thing your college degree tells the employer is that you are trainable, period. So I prefer people without college degrees because people without college degrees aren't arrogant sons of bitches. And you can look at them and say, you don't know shit about shit. Sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and I'm gonna teach you how to be successful. I hated training lieutenants. When I was a captain, I hated training lieutenants. I hated it. I fucking hated it. There is nothing more time wasting in the fucking world than a damn second lieutenant. And I say that because I've taught airmen. I have taught 18-year-old airmen, E1s, E2s, E3s, E4s. And I have taught 22, 23-year-old lieutenants. The lieutenant is college educated. The airman has a high school diploma. And I would train an airman every day of the week. I would train an airman every day of the week rather than most of these fucking lieutenants because they all think I hated the phrase out of a lieutenant's mouth. Well, based on my experience, and I'd put my hand up like the fucking Terminator and I'd say, you don't have any fucking experience. You're 22 fucking years old. Your experience is being at college. You don't have any. You're an academy grad. You have even less fucking experience than the person who went to an actual college. Don't ever use the word "and based on my experience" again. And sure as shit, don't say that shit to your NCOs and your senior NCOs. Your senior NCO has been doing this fucking job since your ass was in diapers. Keep that in mind. I never could rationalize this with people. A fucking 22-year-old lieutenant telling an E8 what the fuck to do. And I would walk up to I'd be like, you're 22, right? Yeah. He has 26 years of experience in the military. You weren't even born and he's been doing this fucking job. That's what your college educated ass needs to deal with. Yeah. What's the difference between a seaman and an ensign? The seaman has been promoted twice. Do only officers fly in the Air Force? In the movies, it's always a captain or something flying a jet. Yes. Only officers fly aircraft in the Air Force. That doesn't mean that there's not enlisted on the air crew, like the boom operator on a tanker. But yes, only officers in the Air Force fly. We don't have... we may have... No. Yeah, we don't know. Navy, only officers fly. Air Force, only officers fly. Army, warrant officers can fly. So yes, in the Air Force. No, in the Army, warrant officers can fly. Helicopter pilots. Right? Did something change while I blinked? Yeah, warrant. Oh, warrant. Okay. For anybody that doesn't know, a warrant officer is a step above an enlisted and a step below just rank wise. They're a step above an enlisted, and their step. Oh, so you were enlisted. They were all officers to you. Okay. And as Sparky shared with us, everyone's always arguing on what everyone's always arguing on what Santa Claus is. Santa Claus is actually a warrant officer 5. Only works one day a year, and we still really can't prove he exists. Let's make that shit up. Need something in there in between. Yeah, warrant officers would be the way to go for the whole military. No, the warrant officer isn't still an NCO. A warrant officer is a officer. He's just not a commissioned officer. He's not a non-commissioned officer. He's a warrant officer. Fucking so scramble that one, right? Scramble that one around in your fucking brain. You've got commissioned officers, and then you've got warrant officers. Yeah, he's the specialist. Warrant officers are generally very, very specialized. You salute them. If you're an enlisted, you salute a warrant officer. They're not an enlisted that went to O school. If they went to O school, they're a commissioned officer. I was an enlisted that went to commissioning, that went to officer training school, and I was a full commissioned officer. In fact, up there is my up here is my very very large form that doesn't fit on any shelf, right? I don't know why they decided that this is going to be the fucking size of your commissioning certificate. This thing is fucking huge. It's the fucking plaque that doesn't fit on any shelf. But I need to put that back up and put it on the shelf. But yeah, that made the thing fucking huge. Yeah, it's huge. It doesn't fit anywhere. It's like your Form 1. So yeah, anyway. I do remember a time that a warrant officer got a little bit out of line with an Air Force colonel, and that Army warrant officer ended up having to the Army fucking commander made him open the door all day for every airman, because long story short, we had an Army warrant officer got into an argument with an Air Force lieutenant colonel, and the Army officer, the warrant officer said, "Well, I don't have to respect the Air Force," and walked out. And then all day long, the warrant officer had to stand outside and open the door for everybody and say good morning had to look at their name tape and say good morning to them. That's the way the Army handles that shit. The Air Force and the Navy just give you paperwork. The Army just embarrasses your ass. You work with a guy that made Master Chief Petty Officer and then went warrant and retired as a CW05, the only one I've ever met. So he's Santa Claus. He's Santa Claus. CDO5, Chief Warrant Officer 5 fell asleep in the operations center, and everyone left him alone. After about an hour, somebody checked on him to make sure he was still alive. Act like an idiot, get treated like an idiot. I like it, yeah. See, in the Air Force, if you do stupid shit, they give you paperwork and it ruins your career. In the Army, if you do stupid shit, they smoke you. And then that means you and everybody that sees you knows never to do that shit again. Like when we were in tech school, we had... the laundry machines were only on the first floor. I didn't move into the outdoor dorm because I didn't want to deal with that bullshit. I stayed in the inside dorm because my MTL, my military training leader, he knew I was older. I was 24. He didn't give me a roommate until the whole fucking building was full. And it was actually kind of cool. That guy was cool as fuck. He took the other room key from my room. He took it out of the key box, so that they couldn't accidentally assign the other bed in my room out to somebody. And then I get back from school one day, and my MTL was like, there was a note on my door, come see him right away. And so I went down, I saw him, I said, "What's up?" He's like, "You have to have a roommate." And I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, we are full to the gills. You have to have a roommate." He's like, "These are the 3 candidates I pulled for you." And I looked at him, I was like, "Is anybody from Chicago?" And one kid's hand went up. I said, "North side or south side?" He said, "South side." I said, "Okay, let's go. You're my roommate." He was cool. That guy was cool as shit. Late for work constantly, you're gonna wear a wall clock and inform everyone that comes in the building what time it is. Yeah, but you know what? That's a whole lot better than the Air Force, where they give you a piece of paperwork that stops you from getting a Firewall 5, stops you from getting a medal, stops you from getting promoted for 3 fucking years. Anyway, these guys on the Army was one side of the dorm, the Air Force was the other. If the Air Force threw their laundry bag over the 3rd floor railing, they got paperwork. If the Army did it, they spent about the next 3 hours running down to the 1st floor, grabbing their laundry bag, running up to the top floor, and then being like, "I have to throw my laundry bag, I have to throw my laundry bag, everybody clear out." And then everybody else that laughed got pulled over, said, "No, now you're gonna be the cordon for the laundry bag tossing." What joint base was this? This was Shepherd Air Force Base, Texas, where the BMET training is. Well, now the BMET training is at Fort Sam Houston. But in 2003, 2004, Shepherd Air Force Base was a joint. Well, it wasn't a joint base. It wasn't a joint base. It was an Air Force base that had Army and Navy training on it. That's where the Seabees did their training. It's where the Army BMETs did their train. Well, Army and Navy BMETs did their training with us. But no, that preceded the Joint Basing Initiative by a couple of years. Joint basing is such a stupid fucking concept as well. I'm just saying. Joint basing is dumb. Let's tell Congress that we're going to do joint basing so that we can save money, and then let's not ever do any of the things that saves the money. Oh. It was supposed to be you. Am I still in the Chicago area? No, I joined the Air Force to see the world. I joined the Air Force to see the world. I got stationed at Scott Air Force Base in Southern Illinois for 7 years. I went to Kansas for 4 years. I went to Ohio for 2.5. I was stationed at the Pentagon, but I was stationed out of the Pentagon, but I lived in Ohio because that's where the fuels lab was. And then they sent me back to Scott Air Force Base. So I joined the Air Force to see the world, and I never got out of the Midwest. Stationed at one base for 7 years, yeah. Because this base has like 17 organizations on it. So I moved around different organizations. Navy does EMI. There was a sailor that refused to flush toilets after he used them, ended up with EMI. 2 hours a day for 2 weeks during normal working hours. He had to walk around the head repeatedly flushing the toilets. 3 shitters, 2 urinals. Guess what he learned? Ding, ding, ding. Flush after use. Yeah. Okay. What made you decide 1 week for each season is a good length of time, or is it just an estimate you plan to test different season lengths? This is actually a really good question. And let me tell you, the number of weeks that a season should be, okay, is a really, really difficult one. Number one, you have to make it so if the seasons aren't meaningful, then there's no point in doing them. Like everything else in the world, it's either meaningful or it's useless. It's either meaningful or it's useless. If it's meaningful, then that means there's things that are only available during that season. Certain monsters only spawn. Certain things are only gatherable. Certain events only happen. That's meaningful. The problem is that you can't expect people to wait. You can't expect people to wait weeks and weeks and months for the event to come back around. Well, I mean, I think you can. If I was doing it, seasons would be 3 weeks long. I like 3 weeks long because then that means once you go to off it, you never get off it. Yeah. If you do 3 weeks, that means eventually every castle will be sieged under a different season, which is good. The problem is that we don't know what the rest of the mechanics about their seasons are. We don't know what all happens during their seasons. So what made you decide 1 week for each season? Well, I'd love to hear the answer to that. This is a really good question because they're asking them what drove a decision. And then is this just an estimate or do you plan on testing different lengths? This is actually a really good question. I'm gonna like this. Oh, I already had. I'm the only person that liked this question. Will each of their races have their own racial city or zones to explore, or does every single area have to be made by players? Starting zones. It's 1 week? Yeah, it's 1 week. We'll be right back. Alrighty. Had to make sure Tamir was up because it's snowing and our uncoordinated daughter falls in snow and ice. Let's see. So, will each of the races have their own racial city or zone to explore? Yes. Sorry for spam message. X. Hi, Z. You spammed? I didn't know you spammed. What spam message? Oh, on Discord? Let's see. I will, okay. Yeah, I will do that. I will talk about that, not right at this point, but I will talk about that today during my show. So I'm not your bud, pal. Let's see. So yeah, I'm not your friend, buddy. Stop trying to put a fucking term on our friendship. Hey, I'm not your buddy guy. Z is awesome. See, Z is a moderator that knows how to be a moderator. Z is a moderator who knows how to be a moderator, knows how to be fun, knows how to be funny. Good job. I'm not your guy, friend. Exactly. I sometimes wonder if the moderators are sitting there fucking eating popcorn. Thank you, other human being. I sometimes wonder if the moderators are eating popcorn. They go and make a bag of popcorn when somebody starts mixing it up with me in the Discord. I wonder if they're like taking side bets. Like, I wonder how long it is before Jahlon calls this person a fucking tool. Like, I think we should. I wonder if they have their own chat. I think we should jump in. They'll be like, no, Jay's got this. Jay's on point. He hasn't used any profanity yet. Oh shit, he just dropped 3 F-bombs. One of who's jumping in now? Who's got the tranquilizer gun? Who's gonna calm him down? But yeah, each of the divine gates are racially flavored. So if you're looking for the racial influence on the world, then yes, these 8 areas plus the Talnar one, plus the Talnar one is going to give people a place to go that they can see some of that flavor. Also, each area of the world will develop with flavor as we build the world. So each area of the world doesn't need to be built by the players, but 99% of the world needs to be built by the players. Although I do take that back. The regional castles will also be racially flavored. But those are going to be flavored by the parent races, if I recall. We've got information on 2 of them, and I believe that's from the parent races. Building up on the monitor guy, yeah, that was Monday. That was actually Monday, I think. The guy telling me that my monitor locks at 60 frames per second. I was like, right now my monitor is about to get hit with a fucking bat. I'm gonna call Samsung after the show and I hope they can fix it. But it's like, why do they do this shit? Why can't they just why can't they just make simple? Wait, my monitor needs a firmware update? How the fuck? Since when do monitors need firmware updates? Like what the fuck? How do you fucking firmware update a monitor? How's Jahlon doing today? Jahlon is fucking angry today. My left-hand monitor, won't allow me to get into the eye saver mode. So it's got the eye saver on and it's got that gray film on it. So this whole day has been thrown away. Yeah, somebody was like, "Oh, look at that, sharing bits." Oh, speaking of other bullshit. Speaking of other bullshit that I had to do this morning, I noticed that my bit people, I went in to, I got this thing today, my creator updates, right? And it's like, go in and check out your, like, they did a really cool new emote, subscriber emote thing. It's so much neater and cleaner. But then at the bottom of it, it was like, oh, here's your cheer tiers. And they deleted my cheer tiers. And I was like, what do you guys do? Stop fucking touching my channel. Stop. It's Piss Off Jahlon Wednesday. Fucking monitor breaks, snow. Fucking I had to restart my stream today. Like, fucking computer just died. It's like, I'm going to be calling Samsung and be like, look, either fix it or send me a new one because it's still under warranty. Also, speaking of warranty, one of my automated cat boxes broke. And I called them and they're like, they want the broken one back so that they can, because it's a brand new model thing. And I was like, okay, well, send me the label. And they said, well, we're trying to send you the label. And I was like, well, I didn't get it. And so I called them back and I was like, I got the new one in the mail, but I don't want you guys to be all pissy with me because I haven't sent you back the other one. Send me the return label. And they're like, we've sent it to you. I'm not calling you again. I'm not calling you a third time. If you want your damn thing back, you can call me. Uh-oh, somebody cheered bits. 500 bits. Better mood. Appreciate that. Look at that. Look at those sexy wheels. Look at those sexy gears, man. The wheels of progress. What I'm saying. Let's see. Given the world is ever changing and affected by all the players in it, and that you as a player will be incredibly affected by those changes, how will you balance that for players who do not log in every day? Well, Mr. I don't log in every day. The world is going to change around you. The world is going to change around you, and you're going to have to deal with it. Some people might only have time to log in once per week during the weekends, or maybe they go on vacation for a few weeks. It would be pretty sad if you logged back in and lost your house and everything in it due to a siege taking place while you were offline. Yeah, hold up. Again, I'm not a very friendly person, so let me say this. Hey, man, I want to siege your fucking... Oh, sorry, I can't siege your node because Tanix is on vacation. I only have an hour to play. I only log in once a week. Not your fucking style of game then. Okay, you only get to play once a week. Then use that opportunity. Use that opportunity to, I don't know, if you only have a limited amount of entertainment time per week, then do other stuff other than play MMOs. Is that difficult to understand? Is that difficult for people? Is that a difficult concept? Because that it shouldn't actually be it shouldn't be a difficult concept for people to understand that it shouldn't be a difficult problem for people to understand that the game doesn't revolve around you. The game is too busy revolving around me to the game is too busy revolving around me to revolve around you. So just saying. Respond with how many trophies do you have? Yeah, I mean, that's really, I mean, that's really not trying to be a jerk, but you're playing in a living, breathing world. One of the draws for Ashes of Creation is the fact that Ashes of Creation is a living, breathing world. People want it to be a living, breathing world, and if you want it to be anything other than a living, breathing world, hey, later, Giant Donut. If you want it to be anything other than a living, breathing world, then go play a game that's not a living, breathing world. Play a single game where time freezes when you're away so you never miss anything important. Exactly. Not trying to be a jerk here. Not trying to be a jerk, but I want Ashes of Creation. I don't want Hello Kitty Online. So to the guy this morning that was like, the corruption system's not going to work. That you might as well not have open world PvP if you're going to have a corruption system, blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. You clearly don't like the design decisions that are happening. So instead of you trying to be a vocal minority that gets anything changed, you just leave. ACL, accept it, change it, or leave. You don't like that open world PvP can happen anywhere. Well, accept it or leave, because you ain't changing it, because you don't represent. And then I love when people start doing this whole bullshit anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence is never evidence, but it is observation that can lead to evidence if you do the next several steps. Anecdotal evidence is not evidence. It is your observations. Now, anecdotal evidence from a subject matter expert is different than anecdotal evidence from an observer. You can have an opinion on the petroleum distribution of the United States, specifically aviation fuel. You can have an opinion on this matter. However, when I have an opinion on this matter, my opinion is not anecdotal evidence. My opinion on it is, at the very least, subject matter expert. The reason why is because that's all I did for 2.5 years. So my stories aren't anecdotal evidence. My stories are fucking, I can give you the facts, I can give you the figures, I can give you the dollars, I can give you the manpower, I can give you the technical specifications, I can give you the scientific explanations, da-da-da-da-da. You're like, I saw a fuel spill once. That's great. I'm happy for you. People having a hard time with the corruption mechanics, even if it's being even after it being explained and them seeming to understand. I've never played a Gather or a Crafter or a game that relies on these groups to get things done. Yeah, a lot of people are like, well, the corruption system's not going to... Like, one guy on the Discord, he constantly goes to this argument that if you're in a group, then corruption doesn't matter. And I said, it absolutely does matter, because if you're in a group and you're trying to make sure that one person does all the murdering, then that person is getting more and more and more corruption. And your theory works until you run into another group. And when you run into that other group, that group doesn't need to flag to attack that one person. So that one person gets killed. Couple of things happen. Number one, they get killed and they get fucking respawned way the fuck far away from you. Because corrupted respawning and normal people respawning works differently. Number two, that group didn't need to flag to attack your bro who's in your group. You do need to flag to attack the group attacking your bro. Since they don't need to flag to attack the red guy, they shouldn't attack to kill the red guy. You're talking about a situation where 8 people are going to gangbang one guy, and you have to flag against them to protect your bro. And since he's red, they don't ever have to even enter the purple state to attack the red. So that means if you're defending your guy and you kill any of them, you're going to get corruption. So right off the bat, your one guy's going to get all the corruption plan, goes right out the window. Number two, it doesn't matter if that guy has passed all of his loot to somebody else in the party. That doesn't matter. What matters is you're not going to have a murder posse while you're on the way to go do a dungeon, because then you're going to get to the dungeon and try to walk in the dungeon where you're walking into a group of a lot of populated people, and you think you're just gonna fucking piece in there and the red dude's not gonna die. You're also thinking that there's not going to be bounty hunter groups that are roaming around with their bounty hunter flag turned on. And remember, a bounty hunter with their flag on is not flagged to you. A bounty hunter with their flag on is only flagged to the corrupted guy. The bounty hunter isn't like this dual state of nature. The bounty hunter is flagged to the corrupted. The bounty hunter is not flagged overall. So if you attack a bounty hunter who's not flagged for general PvP, you're killing a green and you're going to get the corruption. So these people that are like, well, it doesn't matter, it's irrelevant, it doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. And then I love when people say, well, a little bit of negative XP isn't impactful. First of all, negative XP is always impactful because negative XP is negative. Number two, I don't think people played Lineage 2 enough. You could wipe out weeks of leveling in a couple of hours of PvP fuckery. And it's great. It's absolutely great if you want to, like, you want to defend your argument against one of the systems of Ashes of Creation by basically saying this, because this is where I just put people in a box and I call them fucking stupid and I move on. You're supporting a game because you think you're going to enjoy the game and you think the game is going to be good, but your defense and your argument and your rationale in this argument is that Intrepid is incompetent and isn't going to be able to make the system work the way they want it to work. Well, your argument is basically Intrepid is incompetent and they can't make the system work the way you want it to work, but you still support the game. I wake up every morning thinking to myself, well, okay, that's a fucking lie. I don't wake up every morning. The first thing I think about every day is not Ashes of Creation. When I get to making content every day about Ashes of Creation, I don't assume that Intrepid is full of a bunch of incompetent morons who can't make the systems they want work, right? So I think that if Intrepid is dedicated to having a corruption system that's going to stop the game from becoming a gank box and having a bunch of murder hobos running around, then I think that's going to work. I'd also like to remind people that if they find that the negative XP penalty isn't enough, they can always make the corrupted negative XP penalty 1,000%. They can make it a 10 times penalty. They can make the overall negative XP penalty higher, which motivates people to flag up. But by doing that, it also puts a bigger pine cone up your ass when you're corrupted. But these people that are dismissive of negative XP, all I have to say to them is, you don't care about, you don't race to max level. And then they're like, well, yeah, I always want to race to max level. So why do you want to race to max level and then simultaneously talk about partaking in activities that are going to reduce you from max level efficiency? I will murder your ass if I don't like you. I will murder your ass in-game. In-game. I will murder your ass if I don't like you. I will murder your ass if you harvest something right in front of me that I need. If I need 50 silver ore to finish the set of rings I'm working on, and I know there's a silver vein there, and I just watched you finish mining out my silver vein, because I knew it was there, I'll murder your ass. I'll take whatever silver you drop, and then I'll run my ass to my freehold, drop that shit off, and grind XP. So there's going to be times that I go corrupt. It's just going to happen. Don't. Somebody's like, well, your game is going to fail because there's people that don't want to PvP. Your game's not going to fail because of that, because you're telling people, hey, you're always vulnerable to PvP. Well, then those people won't play. Good, fuck them. We don't want them anyway. And that's where their argument falls apart, because they don't know what to do with the good, fuck them. We don't want those people anyway. They don't know what to do when that piece of the discussion comes up. Good, fuck them. We don't want them anyway. What? What do you mean? What do you mean you don't want them? Nah, fuck them. I don't want those people anyway. Well, that's not nice. I didn't say I was. Didn't say I was a nice person. Didn't say I was a nice person. I don't want those people in the game anyway. So they can fuck off. They can get lost. So Not wanting PvP is not the same as people that want meaningful PvP. And here's the thing, nobody wants open world PvP. Nobody wants open world PvP because it's not one of the 8 meaningful PvP activities. So anyways, Mr. I want the world to revolve around me. How much longer will it take to get support in Spanish? Okay, first of all, it's a pretty fucking arrogant way to ask the question. How much longer will it take to get support in Spanish? Well, currently there is no support in Spanish because currently the game is not supported in Spanish. So you don't need to get support in Spanish because they're not publishing the game in Spanish. This isn't a good way. Like, when are you gonna? How about you finish? How about you accept the fact that they have to build the fucking game first, because you have a development team and then a sustainment team. You have a development team and then a sustainment team. How about you have something to sustain before you have something, you know, that before you start sustaining it? What does it matter? What do you need it in Spanish right now for? You want it in Spanish? You go be the voice of Ashes of Creation in Spanish. English game that's not even an alpha doesn't have 27 language support. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Impossible. How about you do what Narc is doing and what the other guy is doing, and how about you do the content in Spanish? Is death rolling allowed? Since you mentioned you will be tracking large sums of gold between players to combat gold selling, would also not a large bet between players warrant investigation, since it's only seen as a transaction of gold from a non-player side? What is death rolling? What is death rolling? What does death rolling have to do with transferring large sums of gold? I don't understand. Betting on gold? I think they're talking about a Deadpool. Yeah, well, 2 of you think that they're doing different things. Betting gold on a roll isn't death rolling. That would be betting on roll. Betting gold on, yeah, betting gold on, well, I don't know. Death rolling is a bet. I say I roll a count higher than 50 and bet 40. Death rolling is a bet. What the fuck? Death rolling comes from WoW. So you bet 100 gold, then you roll 1,000. If you roll 155, your opponent will do roll 155. Whoever reaches 1 first has to play the 100 gold. That could be the stupidest fucking game I've ever heard. That could be the stupidest fucking roll. That could be the stupidest fucking roll I've ever. Can't you people play adult games? Seriously. Find your jockstrap, find your big girl panties, and fucking play. It was massive with asthma. Lots of things are massive with lots of people, but I do it all the time for money and WoW. Fucking play a Pokemon card game as well. I'll have just as much respect for you. Play fucking real goddamn betting games. Play real betting games. Fucking play craps. Play craps, play poker, play blackjack. Guess what? Play high roll. You roll 1,000, you roll 100, I roll 100, whoever gets closer to 100 wins. That's what happens when you don't have good credit sinks built into your game. Yeah. Be right back. You guys have no idea how much fucking anxiety this left-hand monitor has caused me all day today. Like, literally. I'm going insane because of this monitor. It was just done out of boredom. A lot of players just have ridiculous amounts of gold, and it was just thrown out the window. I myself won 7.5 million gold once. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. And you're right though. That's what happens in a game where you don't have good gold sinks. You should have much better gold sinks than this. I know people, and see, here's the thing. People don't like gold sinks because people like to accumulate tens of thousands of gold. The problem is you got people in Final Fantasy that are multi-billionaires, and it also shows the game currency doesn't matter. EVE Online had this problem for quite a while as well. EVE Online had the problem where people are trillionaires in EVE because they don't lose ships on pace with how they earn gold. So you end up with people that have, like, I think the last time I popped into EVE, I didn't know which account my ISK was on, but like I could see into one of the corporation wallets and I had like 850 billion ISK. Like, that's a ridiculous amount of currency. That's a ridiculous amount of currency. Okay, 3, 4, 3, 4. I'm gonna do 3 battles? What the fuck happened today? I like lost track of time. Oh, we lost like 30 minutes this morning while I was screwing around. Okay. So, for example, I like the expensive mounts in Wild the Spider for 4 million or the auction house mount. Yeah, but you see, the problem with that is that the mount is only worth that much because of inflation. If the inflation wasn't so ridiculous, then you shouldn't have had that many. Though you shouldn't have had that much. That's just bad game design. So is death rolling around? Is death rolling allowed? I mean, it's only going to be allowed if they do if they have the dice roll capacity to do that. How do you feel about the Lineage 2 shots? What do you mean about the Lineage 2 shots? Not sure if this has already been asked. Will all the various cosmetics in the game, will there be an outfit system? Specifically, I'm talking about like in Star Wars The Old Republic, where you can unlock multiple outfits to swap between appearances. I know personally as a role player, this is something I long enjoyed. Nobody gives a fuck what you've enjoyed. Can I just say this when you ask a question? Nobody gives a shit what you've enjoyed, and it's really bad to put that in a question because you're creating things for people to look at, analyze, and attack. Like wearing light armor in tropical and desert areas, thick leather or fur armor in tundra biomes. This would give the players an option to show off some of the most prized collections or just appearances that they truly enjoy wearing. How do you feel about the Lineage 2 shots? What are you talking about with the Lineage 2 shots? I know what the first part of how do you feel about. I know that part of the question. I know how I feel about lots of things. What do you mean by the Lineage 2 shots? So like this person says like wearing light armor in tropical, like they don't need to explain. They don't need to explain wearing cosmetics. I know personally as a role player, this is something I've long enjoyed. Nobody gives a shit. Honestly, nobody gives a shit. Just ask your question. Well, with all the various cosmetics in the game, will there be an outfit system? And then I want you to think about this for a second. I want you to think about this. Number one, they've already answered this question. And this person could be new, but they're full body cosmetics. So yeah, there's an outfit system. Oh, there's something that you purchase to increase your right click and spell damage. Those are bullshit. Honestly, those are completely bullshit because they're bad design. They're bad design because if they affect you in PvP, then everybody has to use them. So you're basically just making it so that the people that can't accumulate as much wealth. See, the thing about a gold sink is that a gold sink has to apply universally and unilaterally to everybody. And you know what's better than having gold sinks? Monitoring how much gold you introduce into the system. So if you're finding that you have to create more and more and more and more and more gold sinks, how about you just turn around and you create less income coming into the system. But it's something that the dwarf creates and sells to make money. Then that's not a gold sink. That's a that's a really okay. So without having like an infinite amount of information on this sounds like a really unbalanced system. If people create them and sell to make money, I'm fucking happy for that. But then you need to have a good artisan system. Soul shots increase the damage caused on your opponent. The grade and type and the amount of the shot consumed depends on the weapon you use. You can set up shots to be automatically applied to every hit by dragging the soul or spirit shot from your inventory, the shortcut bar, and right-clicking the icon. Yeah, that's a stupid fucking system. Then that becomes a mandatory thing. Because it directly affects PvP. So it's not a good system. Because you haven't created a gold sink, you've created a mandatory use item. And a mandatory use item is then just the cost of playing. So it's not a good gold sink. It's not a good system at all. Because then what happens is people who have more access to currency become better PvPers and better players because they have access to the best top consumables. Arcage was a problem like this. I would burn through 500 gold worth of pots every PvP encounter. 500 gold worth of pots every PvP encounter. But I also had a max level alchemist who made that shit at cost. I also had an alchemy house where I made double procs all the time. There is a huge difference if you're talking about an 18% variation in if you're talking about an 18% variation in defense based on a pot, that's huge. If I throw a snowball at another player, do I have to be flagged for PvP? No. In Ashes, you can open a shop. I forgot about that. Well, yeah, but that has no relevance. That has no relevance to a stupid item being made by the artisan system. Because obviously in Lineage, they had the ability to sell those anyway. That's how they were making the money. So yeah, this person's question about cosmetics. Yeah, there's a cosmetic system. There's a outfit system. And really, while this is fine because it sounds like a new player, I don't think the question is very good because you didn't think about. First of all, your question is full of a bunch of shit nobody cares about. A question is a question. Period. I personally know as a role player, this is something I've long enjoyed. The ability to create and wear outfits for various situations. Yes, I kind of inferred that. I kind of inferred that from when you asked if there was an outfit system. Like wearing light armor in tropical and desert areas, thick leather or fur for the tundra biome. This would give players an option to show off some of their most prized collections. No shit. Like I don't need you to add like the hip hip hooray to the question. The question is, see, this is where you start getting people that are taking a question and making it a suggestion. This isn't a suggestion form. And I know people are like, wow, Jay is so mean. Jay is so abrasive. Jay is such a jerk. No, because this is clearly a reflection on your ability to operate in the really real world. If you're making a suggestion and you're dressing it up like a question, don't do that. If the money doesn't disappear from the system, it's not a sink. Yeah, that's also true. If it doesn't disappear from the system, it's not a gold sink. So the only way a gold sink for consumables becomes a gold sink is if it's sold by NPCs. If the item in question is sold by players, then you don't have a gold sink, you have an economy. Oh my God, wall of text. It was addressed in the December 2020 live stream that gear drops have variable stats. Will blacksmiths be able to enhance stats of dropped gear to not only provide another form of economic contribution by the trade skill, but also smooth out the random factor of wool drops? So first of all, you're already asking him a loaded question, which isn't fair. Will blacksmiths be able to enhance stats of dropped gear to not only provide another form of economic contribution? Stop. You're fucking putting in a suggestion. Don't put in a fucking suggestion because you haven't seen their economic system. So how do you know that the economic system needs another form of economic contribution? Okay. For example, a rare sword drops in a dungeon with 50 strength, to which that sword's stats range is 45 to 60. Would a blacksmith have the ability to do a one-time only manipulation of the weapon to increase the stats up from 50 to 53? Similarly, if the weapon drop instead had 58 strength, would the blacksmith would only increase the stats from 58 to 60 because the weapon has reached its maximum potential? So, no. They haven't answered this yes or no, but if you can do this, then you're detracting away from crafting. Jay is so mean, Jay is so rude, Jay is just a jerk, or they don't know who you are. I don't give a shit. I am totally okay with who I am, and I don't have. If people think I'm mean or people think I'm a jerk, I don't lose any sleep over it. And then there's also the one individual person. There's the one individual person in the Ashes of Creation community who I frustrate to no end. Well, hold on, let me take that back. He's not in the Ashes of Creation community. He's been kicked out like 53 times. That's twice officially, and then all his alts. I live in his head rent free, and it's absolutely amazing. I make him rage. I'm pretty sure that he breaks his keyboard when he talks to me. I'm pretty sure he breaks his keyboard when he talks to me because he doesn't get it, because he's never run into anybody his entire life. He has never run into anybody in his entire life that can keep talking as long as he can and will just keep going as long as he does. I actually make this motherfucker delete Reddit accounts. He deletes Reddit accounts because he doesn't want there to be any paper trail back to him for the stupid shit that he says. So I don't have a problem with being me. Because I loathe stupidity. I will engage stupidity head on like a ram for hours, days, weeks, months, years. I don't care. Oh, you just showed up and you know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, no shit. It's like fucking. Would autopilot be available in Ashes? No. I had a long travel distance in a straight line. Can I just click the distance? No. But in a straight line, there's auto run, like most games. But you can't bring up the map and click on the map and then go, because that's not you playing the game. Now, are there going to be some carriages that auto move you? Yes. Are there going to be some other mechanics where you get auto moved like ferries? Sure. Are there going to be some flight paths that move you around the world? Absolutely. But are you going to be able to like go across the entire map by clicking a mouse button and then going out to dinner with your family and coming back and you're still chucking along? No. Is this like Black Desert Online? No. Because that's bullshit too. Then you're not playing the game. Damn, am I out of tea already? So. Happy Pappy. Now Z's required to show up for like 12 more streams. You gave Z a sub. Z's required to show up. Since you're all inspired by so many games, movies, and books, can we expect to find more or less hidden references of set medias in the game itself? Let me address this. Let me address this one. This is a very, very, very dangerous thing to do. This is a very, very dangerous thing to do. Final Fantasy does this. Final Fantasy does this a little bit. And there have been times that it has not been well received. Copyright much, that's a big one. Copyright much is you got to be very, very careful to make sure that you are not out of the fair use box. Also, inspiration and correlation should not be synonymous for copyright and trademark purposes. Yes, exactly. So let me give you an example right off the bat. You will notice that Ashes of Creation has a Warlock class. Now, I don't think anybody would be surprised by the fact that if you say Warlock, the first thing that comes to your mind is a demonologist from WoW that has a minion and uses spells, most of those spells being dots. In the MMORPG world, a warlock, a WoW warlock is pretty much the standard definition of a warlock. You have a demon familiar and you throw spells, most of those spells being dots. You will notice that Ashes of Creation has a warlock, except their warlock is under the mage category. It is not under the summoner category. Even though it's mage summoner for warlock, it is not summoner main. This is certainly not This is certainly not, accidental. Putting Warlock under any of the summoners would instantly get Activision Blizzard's attention for a potential lawsuit. And remember, lawsuits aren't always about being right. Lawsuits are about keeping the other person tied up in court. Most of these class names are either so generic that nobody can claim them, or they're so specific that nobody will ever be able to copy them. However, like Predator, Rogue Ranger Predator. There was a movie. They're now owned by Fox. Yeah, I think they're covered. I think they're clear. So you got to be careful when you do the tongue-in-cheek stuff with referencing movies, games, and books. Number two, I don't think it's a good idea to ever talk about anybody else's product in your product unless you have a working relationship with that community and you share like a fan base. I think that's the only time that you should be doing that. Doing a cross-reference to your own other IP, like what Heroes of the Storm is. Heroes of the Storm is basically a MOBA based on the IP of all of the other Blizzard stuff. That's okay. This is a huge issue in erotic horror literature world right now. Nobody owns the idea of two werewolves banging a vampire. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you're absolutely right. You get Stephanie Meyer who starts suing people when you get Stephanie Meyer who starts suing people when a teenager is screwing a vampire and a werewolf at the same time in some other erotic fiction. And yet I've got books and books and books down here of blood thralls who bang vampires. That shit was going on. That shit was going on years and years and years before. It was just like, I remember when the movie Underworld came out. The movie Underworld came out, and then there was a lawsuit between White Wolf Games and the makers of Underworld. And the reason why is because Vampire the Masquerade has a long-standing IP of a long-standing history of IP over vampire clans. Well, in the movie Underworld, they talk about the two covens and the vampire clans and blah, blah, blah. And so White Wolf sued him. And I was like, how the fuck are you going to sue over the word clan? How are you going to sue over the word clan? Because you don't own the idea of clan. You don't own the idea of some of these other things. Like the word Jedi is trademarked by Lucasfilms. However, if you guys know anything about trademark law requires you to pick filing categories. You have to pick classification codes. Lucasfilms owns the legal entity type. I'm sorry, not the legal entity type. The international class for Jedi of class codes 2, 5, 22, 23, 29, 37, 38, and 50. The reason why they don't have a universal trademark on the word Jedi is because Jedi was borrowed. And Jedi comes from a couple of other places in history. So that's not very many codes. I just pulled up one of the filings for Jedi. There's more. We would have to dig into all the other ones. I just pulled up one of their trademark filings. But they can't copyright the word or they can't trademark the word Jedi unilaterally. So they have to have it for every category, except they can't trademark Jedi under religious figure because it exists historically. So that's the thing you have to understand. Now, parodies are specifically protected under copyright law. Parodies are protected under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. However, you get yourself into an automatic lawsuit if you don't do enough to differentiate yourself from the material that you're parodying. And then you also have to realize when you're doing a parody, you are vulnerable to losing all of your money. You are vulnerable to losing all of your money if the thing with the parody is you actually have to have original commentary about the subject for it actually to be parody. That's 100% correct. So the problem is, what Grumpy Old Man said is, the point is to avoid the lawsuit, not win it. Absolutely. Like, and the best one I can think of is, you guys know the spin-offs Scary Movie? How it's basically, it started off as a spin-off of Scream, and then they started including like all the horror people in it. And yeah, you can't just do a shot-for-shot remake and then just add some sound effects. Absolutely. So I think the problem is that you get into a really dangerous spot here. You get into a really dangerous spot when you start bringing stuff in, hidden references to sets of media. I think you run into a really dangerous spot that you don't want to be in. You want to be like way the fuck far away from that. You want to be way the fuck far away from that altogether. Because you're better off not having a Section 107 lawsuit. And remember, the side effect of losing a 107 lawsuit is that they decide, it's like having a copyright claim on your YouTube video. There's two types of things you can do to a channel on YouTube. You can copyright strike them to say, you took my shit and I don't like that. I'm copyright striking you. And then there's a copyright claim where I say, you know what, your shit's so close to mine and I think it's really good, but I want the money for it. Weird Al Yankovic is a great example of the way to do a parody right, not just being original, but also just in general, he gets permission from original creators of the songs first. And what has happened with Weird Al Yankovic several times is that he has not gotten permission from somebody, and it started off a dust-up. He doesn't legally need to ask permission. However, you'll also notice that there are some times when he's talked about this where he has really ruffled some feathers and he has faced lawsuits. The new clan Shamasay just followed me. New clan Shamasay. Someone's going to be like, how does he get Shamasay out of that? It's not Zamisi, it's Shamasay. It comes right from the developers. Amish Paradise is better than the original. I do agree with that. And Coolio was pissed. I agree with that too. Can we get a preview of the revised Dinar bodies? The good question. I'm not going to thumbs that up. What do you have in mind when it comes to endgame max health for the current classes? How much hit points mana did you plan for tank, mage, and cleric currently? Okay. What answer is going to be enough bullshit for you to make you happy? What the fuck does it matter how much health they're going to have? That is a completely irrelevant and arbitrary question that gives you absolutely no insight into anything. Tanks are going to have 80,000 hit points. Mages are going to have 50,000 hit points. Clerics are going to have 60,000 hit points. And what? What does that tell you? What does that give you? It gives you nothing. Because you have no idea what the heals per second are irrelevant. The damage per second, the mitigation per second. I would say that the amount of hit points you have is actually the least most important part of the combat balancing, even though you start off with an imperfectly balanced system. I'm going to be completely honest. In my opinion, I think tanks, clerics, and mages should all have the same amount of hit points. I think every class should have the same amount of hit points. And then you change the relevancy based on mitigation, damage output, heals per second, armor, things like that. It's all made up and the points don't matter. Exactly. It's all made up and the points don't matter. It's like CinemaSins. If a non-combatant does not become a combatant when they attack a corrupted player, wouldn't that mean a corrupted player can't even fight back to defend themselves, as they would become more corrupted if they kill the non-corrupted player who initiates combat? Is this your intention? Guys, is this your intention? No, thanks for pointing the shit out to us, man. We've only been talking about corruption for 5 years with our community. We only have content creators that have made in-depth videos about corruption. We've only had multiple interviews with Steven about corruption. Fuck. Holy shit. We didn't realize. Yes, that's their intention. That is their intention. Do people think that just like, is this the first time anyone has thought of this? Holy cow. I know, right? And see, this is why I make fun of these questions. Just so you guys know, I don't make fun of questions if you legitimately have a question and you're asking it. I make fun of people who ask questions that they clearly have gone to the wiki or to another source and they've done enough research. See, here's the thing. As a former teacher, I look at the answer. I look at the caliber of the answer. I look at the caliber of the question and I say, you already know that non-combatants don't flag when they attack corrupted. And you already have deduced that corrupted players can't fight back to defend themselves as they would become more corrupted. That means you went somewhere to get this information. Is this your intention? That means you were already on the page with the answer that tells you this is their intention. Or you went to a bad content creator who forgot to include the words, and this is their design. Since it's been stated that there won't be PvE or PvP specific gear, do you have any plan to deal with power creep? Steven must remember stats like critical damage from Arcage getting out of control being stackable. Okay, first of all, that's not power creep. Okay, that's not power creep. Throwing a buzzword on something doesn't make it true. Doesn't make it true. Power creep doesn't really exist. It's like the Loch Ness Monster. You keep thinking that if we keep using this phrase, there is no such thing as power creep. There is unintended application known as the X factor in something like soft caps on levels. When you have soft caps on levels, you run into this unintended you run into this sort of unintended power creep because you allow people to put 1 extra percentage point in critical rate. And so you're really attentive to detail and you make sure that the most crit rate people can get from their gear is 70%. And then you forget that you allowed one particular class to have like merit points and they end up getting an extra 15 points in critical rate. So now you have people that are running 85% crit rate. That's power creep. But gear itself doesn't create power creep because your gear doesn't get more. Like if you had a system where people talked about like this artifact gear, where the gear keeps getting more and more and more powerful as you go, the more XP you put into it, the more gems you put into it, you might have a little bit of power creep there if there was a soft cap, but there's no power creep on gear because gear is deliberately and intentionally built. Now, a way that you could have power creep on gear with a situation like crafting, where I continue to put stats on the crafted gear, right? I continue to put stats on the crafted gear above and beyond what was originally intended, or you somehow figure out a way to get crit rate to proc twice on the gear, then that might be power creep. But for the most part, no, you can't have power creep on gear. All right, we're gonna try to stack this fight as quickly as we can so that we can do 2 fights before the end of the show. But I think I have like 50. Yeah, we have enough time. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get another tea. I will be right back. Alrighty. So looking out the window, and I have an afternoon of snow blowing to do, and then I gotta call Samsung. So that's gonna, like, I can already tell that my day is gonna be great. My day is going to be amazing. So let me do myself a piece of forewarning or fore preparation. Let me pull down my receipt. Let me pull down the receipt for the monitor I bought, because otherwise it's gonna be like, I'm like, well, when did you buy the product? Well, I bought it in August, so it's still under warranty. It's always funny too. You ever notice that the help you get from people radically differs? Radically differs. Depending on if you have your receipt or not. Like, it should never matter if you have your receipt or not to the quality of customer service you get. But it's like, yeah, I bought this and I bought it new and here you go. And they're like, well, do you have your receipt? Yeah, I do. They're like, shit. Cause now all I gotta do is call them and be like, yeah, the monitor doesn't work. And if they start fucking around with me, I'm just gonna be like, you know what? Since you can't seem to since you can't seem to fix it, why don't you just ship me a new one? Need more than tea. Still getting over the fact that a warrant officer is an NCO but not an NCO, and now you say doesn't exist. Yeah. So fucked up. I always understood power creep to be a continual race between characters and monsters that led to an eventuality where power is just too large and needs to be reduced. Like WoW needing stat squishes. See, the problem is that people like to see big numbers. Remember, in Dungeons and Dragons, you start off with like 6 hit points. It doesn't take a lot to kill you in D&D. It doesn't take a lot to kill you. And then as you go, I mean, eventually your character ends up with, a couple of hundred, not like 100 hit points. And, then you start to get into the ridiculous, well, you get shot in the skull. There's an arrow in your skull and you don't die. I like games that, if somebody makes a called shot against your head, your whole head doesn't, your head doesn't have 100 hit points just because you have 100 hit points. Your head has like 8. You've re-rolled many D&D characters. I haven't re-rolled many D&D characters because I didn't die very often. I was smart. So Steven must remember stats like crit damage from Arcage getting out of control, being stackable. Here's the problem. Critical damage numbers in Arcage weren't the problem. Critical damage numbers in Arcage weren't the problem. What the problem was is that you took a perfectly balanced, rational system and you only added more offense to it. You didn't add an equivalent exchange of defense. So you had a situation where you suddenly gave everybody like 70% more critical damage, but you didn't give an equivalent of 70% more defensive capability. So then you ended up with everybody running around with nuclear missiles. But that's not power creep. That's bad design. See, it's like I tell people, there's a lot of phrases. I'm going to jump out here real quick. There's a lot of phrases people like to use that are just wrong. And then you start throwing these phrases around and people start grabbing hold of them. Like, for example, I am in no way, shape, or form defending Chronicles of Valyria. I think Chronicles of Valyria was managed by a scumbag. I think Chronicles of Valyria was managed by a guy who couldn't manage a company out of a wet paper bag. I say Caspian has zero leadership ability and very minimal management skills. Now, with all that said, when you call Chronicles of Valyria a scam, I have to defend Chronicles of Valyria against being called a scam. The reason why is, if you're calling it a scam, then you're using the wrong word. Incompetence isn't criminal. Scams are criminal. Scams are started with the intention to deceive. So you scam people. Now, if you, for example, and I'm going to use a different scenario. I'm going to use a house. Okay, I'm going to use a house. There are certain things you must disclose when you sell the house. And what I mean by this is, if you get a radon inspection on your house done, and you know your house has radon in it, you must disclose that. And the reason why you must disclose that is, say you don't disclose that at closing, and then a year later, a year after you sold the house, the people get a radon inspection done, and the guy that comes out, and he comes out and he's like, I don't even need to do a radon inspection here. I was out here a year ago when the Jahlons were living here, and they knew that they had a radon problem. Right then and there, you're fucked because you sold a house under false pretenses. You didn't disclose one of the mandatory disclosures on the house. And so those people can go and get an attorney and be like, hey, you knew the house had radon. We have the report that says you knew the house has radon. You scammed us. You sold the house and you knew that it had a radon problem. You didn't want to pay to put a radon system in or radon mitigation. You didn't disclose it. We're suing you because you scammed us. Now, I sell you my house, and 3 months after you buy the house, you find out that in the attic, one of the ducts has a hole in it. Ductwork has a hole in it. And you come to me and you're like, the ductwork in the attic has a hole in it. I'll be like, I never went up there. They're like, well, you knew. I'll be like, okay, well, prove I knew. Now what? I didn't scam you because I legitimately didn't know. Just because there was a hole in the ductwork up in the attic, that doesn't mean I'm culpable for it if I legitimately didn't know. And I'll tell you right now, I don't go in my fucking attic. There's no reason for me to go in my attic. Unless there's a problem, I don't go up there. I've never been in the attic in this house. I probably should. Don't really feel like it. So when you call Chronicles of Valyria a scam, and then I say, well, define how it was a scam to me, and nobody can say anything, like, well, it's a scam because they were selling land up to the point that they closed the company and said they weren't developing anymore. Okay, that's not a scam. That's scummy. That's bad business. That's not nice. However, that's not a scam. They had 2 loans on the books, 2 documented loans on the books that they had to pay off. Now, a lot of times people forget that a company that's properly set up is a separate business entity than the person. I, as a human being, do not own this Twitch channel. I, as a human being, do not own this Twitch channel. I, as a human being, own the company that owns this Twitch channel. The company that owns this Twitch channel is its own entity, its own taxable entity, its own business entity. It has its own rights under law. I, as Jahlon, can't make any decisions about this Twitch channel. I have to stop. I have to go put on my director of the company hat. I have to direct myself to take actions. And I'm not kidding. I have to direct myself to take actions and put them in a memo form. Are we doing tort law today? No, well, kind of, sort of, not exactly, because we're talking about throwing the word scam out. We're talking about throwing the wrong words on things, and we just got to scams. So calling Chronicles of Valyria a scam isn't a scam. Now, what Karthos says, last-minute sales were dirty as hell. Honestly, at that point, if you gave them money, that's on you for not seeing the literal football field full of red flags. Exactly. I think calling them incompetent is perfectly fair. Calling them shady, calling them scummy, calling them dirty, all those things fit. But calling it a scam, you're trying, using the word scam, you're trying to, draw out an emotional response. Well, that's bad arguing. And then all these people are like, well, it's a scam because I said so. Oh, well, then you're stupid. And you can't argue with me. Because we're on the because I said so theory. My question this month is regarding status effects, specifically on duration. What is the overall idea on how long status effects, positive and negative, will last? Such as from the cleric preview, the judgment will lower the recipient's damage mitigation. Is this going to last a fleeting 4 or 5 seconds? Or are we looking at something more substantive like 30 seconds? Okay, well, first of all, Ellie, was it illegal what they did? No, not at all. Exactly. They have to prove intent to defraud. So, first of all, Ellie, Eli, whatever your name is, having your damage mitigation lowered for 4 to 5 seconds on a time to kill of 30 seconds is pretty fucking substantial to begin with. Debuffs are what drive the time to kill underneath the floor. Again, throwing adjectives on stuff, something more substantive like 30 seconds. Well, who's to say? You don't even have the combat system designed yet. You've never seen the combat system. You've never played in the combat system because nobody has, because it doesn't exist yet. Nobody has seen the current combat system. My question boils down to how much use will status effects be made use of? My question boils down, first of all, these are bad. People need to learn how to write because I'm really a stickler for open-ended prepositions. My question boils down to, that's a hanging preposition, boils down to what? Don't leave it hanging. My question boils down to how much use will status effects be made use of? How often will status effects be used, or how much coordination will be needed to get follow-up attacks in? Oh my god, all the fucking hanging prepositions, man. I hate when people set up their questions instead of just asking it. I'm going to ask you about your car and what kind it is. What kind of car do you have? I know, right? As well as if it would even be worth the healer to remove debuffs on players. Okay, so this is what it looks like when papers are graded. Yes, this is exactly what it looks like when papers are graded. How many teachers die of aneurysms? A lot. So, as well as it would even be worth the healer to remove debuffs. Now, let me say this. This is another one of these questions. You might as well just ask your question, are you guys fucking stupid? Just to get their attention. You might as well just say, are you fucking stupid? Are you designing a debuff system? Are you designing a debuff system that is bad? Because if I don't ever have to purge debuffs, that's a bad debuff system. So what my question boils down to, F- in English. Oh, question about naval content. Which of these? Hey man, they're fucking asking a question and they're fucking giving in multiple choice. I love this. Which of these would best describe your design philosophy for naval content? Crew members have roles which only they can perform. Any crew member can perform any role equally. Crew members have roles they excel at but can perform other roles. Uncertain, none of these. Standardized questions. Bonus question, as there won't be any gunpowder and ashes, what would you call a powder monkey? A potion monkey. The answer to this is C. C. Crew members do have roles. You do have a horizontal progression of sailoring skills that you sell seashells by the seashore, Sally. Crew members have a role they excel in but can perform any other role. That's how it's going to be. That is what it is going to be. So. Oops. I touched a button. This reminds me of when I learned what a monkey fist is, actual nautical term. I don't want to know. So good question though. Do you have any plans, current or future? You can't have a future plan. Just so we're clear. You can't have a future plan. Either you have the plan or you don't. Do you have any plans to introduce server region-wide threats in the game that would force nodes to work together even if they're currently not friendly to each other? An example would be a horde of undead that's... Why the fuck does the undead always get the shit end of this stick? An example would be a horde of undead that sweeps across the map, or an ancient terror that is going node to node destroying what has been built. Can you have a plan to plan? Yes. This guy doesn't know about monster coins, does he? No, probably not. And you know what? This person doesn't get the benefit of the doubt for being a new player because they have a Braver of Worlds package. So go to the damn wiki. Yes, there are events that are called world events that the monster coin system plays into. Yes, there are going to be events where things rampage around the world. Are the nodes going to have to work together? Well, no, but nor do you ever force people to work together. Nor can you design a system where the nodes have to work together because otherwise you're forcing people. You never want to have force. You want to have choice. Would it be possible with each monthly update to include an issue of some very general agenda issue? Would it be possible with each monthly update to include an issue or some general agenda issued at the same time as the scheduled notice so that players perhaps... Hold on. Would it be possible with each monthly update to include an issue of some very general agenda issued at the same time as the scheduled notice so that perhaps a portion of these community questions might be pertinent, complementary to the main discussion topic of the day? First of all, cute at being a cute motherfucker, but you failed. Second of all, no, they don't want to have a themed topic. They want everybody to have the opportunity to ask their question and get their question answered. But what will happen if the population of a server does not decrease over time and after 6 months there is still queues during prime time or even other events? Will you split servers or do you have another mechanism in mind? And that's what you get. That's what you get when you yell at the content creator who makes the most content and who has basically the largest active community that only focuses on ashes, and you tell them you shoot from the hip, and you make rules about how questions can get asked. And now you have a different question than my question. You have a different question than my question. Jahlon wrote, I would love this question to get answered, but my question is, I mean, yeah, you're just talking, like you said, you can go ahead and quote questions and reword them. I mean, I would love for this question. Like, people need to just calm the fuck down a little bit. People got uppity for no reason. They need to calm the fuck down. But you know what's funny? Here's what's funny. All these supposed people went to the moderators with complaints about how we did the 50K question, which is fine. It's your right to go to the moderators to complain. I have the concern though is when you call out the members of my community for their behavior, you forget that the members of my community are members of your community as well. Yeah, I'm now the enemy of the state. I saw that too. I'm wanted. It's like, good job. But what was funny about that was you're yelling at me because my people are out of control, but you never came to me. You never asked me to rein in the paradoxicals. A moderator just decided to pick a fight with them. A moderator should never pick a fight with members of a community. The moderator should have come to me and said, can you rein? Because I would have asked you guys if they were upset on the Monday show, I would have said, hey guys, I got approached by Intrepid. They would like it if you all would go in and change your questions. But just the way that it was responded to, I was like, great. Now people are going to do shit like this. I can't control Sparky. Sparky can do whatever the fuck he wants. And then it was funny. I'm not sure if Toast knew what to do with me. She's like, yeah, I wanted to talk to you about this thing because I heard it was based on your direct request. Very first line in my response, it is 100% based on a direct request of mine and my community delivered. It's extreme ownership, baby. I ain't gonna quibble. Yeah, I told my community to do it. ... And what? Now what? I admit it. It's always weird to engage with people who are willing to look you dead in the eye and say, yeah, I did it. Now what? What buildings can freehold skins be applied to? Yeah, like it. And then they were like, go ahead and like questions that you think should be answered, but liking a question doesn't drive it to the top to be answered. So it's like, so my community can just run around and everybody cross-like everybody's questions, and that still doesn't accomplish it. So it's like, that should have been handled a whole different way. Consider this question as also a suggestion. No, I will not. I refuse. I will not consider your suggestion in the question thread. I will discount it entirely, and now I shall mock it. Will ships have some sort of add-on, or however you want to implement it, that enables them to lay siege to node walls in the event of a coastal node siege? You, my friend, need to take your suggestion and go look at the wiki, because this has already been answered. Boats can be used during sieges to siege a particular part of the siege map known as the harbor. So if a node is on the ocean and it has a harbor, then ships can be used to siege that part. And big shout out to everybody today. We have once again hit triple digits. I like seeing triple digits, so thank you to everybody. Thank you to everybody who is here. I like hitting that 100 mark every show. Now we need to straight march 900 people up. We need to get to 1,000. Leverage. Can we get clarity on the decision for the 50 accounts per server? Seems like long queue times waiting to happen on launch. Sure, most games have long queues on launch, but this seems like you want launch to be rough. I understand having this amount later, but it doesn't make much sense. Okay, that's not my question. That's not a copy and paste. Will skills, spells, and gear be coded so that they will have different damage, burst, and control effects when used against players instead of NPCs? No, because that would be PvP gear versus PvE gear. Many other MMO games face constant struggles to make classes balanced, but still fun in both PvE and PvP while using the same mechanics for both styles of play. No games. That's your anecdotal observation, which is actually fucking wrong. Many other MMOs face constant struggles to make classes balanced. No, they don't. They don't at all. Most games aren't trying to make classes balanced. They tell you they're trying to make classes balanced, or they have such a fucking decentralized class balance team that there's no one motherfucker in charge of class balancing. They all do their own thing to the classes, and then when they all come together at the table, they're all like, oh, well, this is fucked. But still fun in both PvE and PvP while using the same mechanics for both styles of play. I'm pretty sure WoW has damage modifiers for some skills in PvP, though. Okay. Please don't ever bring WoW to me for any discussion about PvP and PvE. Not trying to be rude, but don't ever bring WoW to me, because WoW is such a fucked up game that they actually had to roll back their advancement. WoW is so fucked, and they have nothing that resembles balance. They actually had to delineate, press, squash their class system. They rolled it back twice. WoW is not the textbook example. Yeah, be the devil's advocate, but please don't use WoW. Please don't use WoW because WoW is a fucked up game. Okay, WoW is just a fucked up game. It's a bad example for class balance. Because you guys all remember, and we're throwing it back like 15 years. Not 15 years. We're gonna throw it back 13 years. What was the most powerful arena duo 13 years ago? Mage Rogue. Get fucked. If you faced a Mage Rogue combo, just get fucked. You weren't winning, because what did the Mage do? Everybody was like, man, that fucking Mage dropped a water elemental, and then it was 3 versus 2. Well, no shit. I drop a water elemental, I engage you, because now you're facing 2 entities, because lo and behold, I know how to play my class, and I know how to control my pet. And then I drop my water elemental. You basically have to fight me, and now you can't find the rogue, because if one of you goes hunting for the rogue, the other one of you dies, because you can't 2v1 me and the water elemental. Thought it was rogue, druid, and cat mode. I think that came a little after they nerfed. I think that came a little bit after they nerfed the mage. All I know is that for a while, mage rogue was the meta, because Tamir doesn't like arena. She doesn't like PvP. So I was a mage. My partner was a rogue. She was a warlock, but she doesn't. And mage warlock didn't really work. And I can't remember why. There was a reason why it didn't work. My brain. Oh, because you didn't have the burst. You didn't have the burst from the rogue. When the rogue eventually snuck up on somebody and just bursted the shit out of them. So, yeah. And then, of course, what does WoW do? The pendulum swing. Oh, this is OP? Let's swing the pendulum. This is OP? This is OP? So nothing... And WoW is just a bad game to use for class balance. Plus, WoW is balanced around 1v1, or at least they try to balance around 1v1. Plus... WoW players like to come up with such brilliance of, well, in a class with 32, in a game with 32 specs, only a couple of them are represented in the top 16. Well, no, the top 16 would be represented in the top 16. Would there be an implementation of some sort of treasure hunting in Ashes? If so, how? The answer is yes. Since players can establish a business, what kind of business can a player... What is this, the fucking woodchuck one? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Since a player can establish a business, what kind of business can a player establish, and can a player create like a bank for other players' monies? No. No, you can't, well, sure, you can create a bank for other players' money if you want, but why would you? Why would you? Shadow Priest and Paladin broke arenas. Yeah, later on, that absolutely happened. That was broken. I'm gonna be right back because this anxiety, I gotta walk away every about 30 minutes. The anxiety of this screen is killing me. I'll be right back. Okay. I can finish the show. But yeah, this fucking monitor, guys. So let me show you let me show you guys. Oh, it's not gonna do it because it is a little. Oh no, it's not gonna do it because it's only gonna show it like that on the monitor. I can't. Hold on. Let me do it this way. Let me do it. Let me do it this way. Because I want you guys to see. I want you guys to see what's been driving me fucking insane. So you guys can understand the level of Jahlon's brain is killing him. Jahlon's brain is absolutely gonna melt. I want you guys to see this because this is some next level fucking jank bullshit. Okay, so give me 1 second. Um, um, oh, and if you guys don't know what the Eve joke with that is, the Eve joke is there was a guy who created a bank in Eve Online, and then one day he just fucked off with all the money. And people thought that the Bank of Eve was literally an NPC thing. It turns out that it was just a player who did it, and it was hilarious. Okay, so we're gonna do this real quick. Just give me 1 second so you guys can understand how, because I think some of you are like laughing at me and you don't understand the severity of my monitor woes today. And once you see it, you're gonna be like, oh, I get it. Where did I save you? Save as. No, okay. Where the hell are you? Okay, so and then maybe one of you will know how to fix this shit. Because this is, let me tell you, I'm gonna be on the phone with Samsung forever, or they're gonna ship me a new one. Because this is just not cool. So where the hell is my, okay. So this is actually what's going on with my monitors right now, and it's literally enough. I have been in a constant state of fucking triggered all show. So you see the difference in the colors of the screen? One of those is my left-hand screen. That like gray fucking film. That's not the fucking quality of the camera shot. That's literally this gray fucking eye saver film. And then on the right, that's a screenshot of my screen. It's not the gamma. What it is that when I click on my right-hand screen and I go one over to the right, eye saver mode is off on my right-hand screen. When I hit the toggle button on the back, the eye saver mode is on my left-hand screen, and I have no way to turn it off. It's not an option. It's like on and it's just there. And then when I go into the menu for picture and I try to go to eye saver mode, it's grayed out. So I have no way to change that. I even change it to like a different picture mode and I can't, because the brightness, the contrast, and the sharpness are matched on the monitors. I cannot turn off the eye saver mode. And so I'm gonna have to call them and be like, capture card issues? No, it's not a capture card. What I am gonna do is I am gonna flip the two leads. I tried to flip the leads earlier just to check, and then you guys saw I ended up having to restart my fucking stream. It could be my graphics card, but my graphics card shouldn't be affecting my monitor, right? Because I should be able to turn on and off eye saver mode. So I'm just gonna have to call them and be like, I think the fucking monitor's dying unless you guys can fix it. So I just wanted to let you guys know what has caused all the I have to get up. I have PTSD, right? I have PTSD, so I don't handle shit in my world getting changed. So let's see. For target skills, will such a thing as interrupted casting be possible due to target taking cover behind some obstacles? Or will it be casted anyways without an effect, or will it be casted anyways with effect? If interrupted, will this trigger skill recharge timer? So are you going to be able to dodge behind a rock and break target lock? You're not going to be able to tab target through a rock. No. You're not going to be able to tab target through a rock. No. You might be able to action combat the rock, but then you would miss the skill shot. Now, at what point in the casting do you have to get behind the cover? That's the question. If I'm at 75% channeled or more and you run behind the rock, do I still fire and does it still go through the terrain? That's the question. That is normally a problem in video games where my skill has a range of 30 meters. But in order to accommodate ping and lag and latency, you're at 27 meters when I start casting. And even if you get to 35 meters, I still fire off the shot at you. That has to do with normalizing latency. Otherwise, you get somebody with a really low ping, they can just zip right out 30 to 30, 30, 30, 31, 27, 31, 37, 27. Boom, they just keep running back and forth. And they're hitting you, but you can't ever get a skill shot off. So that's why usually there's like a modifier. Now, Arcage had a really bad modifier. Arcage has a really bad modifier. I see that being abusable in naval combat. If you can easily break tab, why? You shouldn't be using your tab skills. You shouldn't be using your tab skills. In naval combat, you should be using you should be using the ship weaponry, not your weaponry. I assume they mean action combat. If you're already tab targeted, it will just go through. No, because you won't have you won't have line of sight. You don't have line of sight to the target. You can break line of sight in tab target games. In several tab target games, you can break line of sight because it knows there's an obstacle in the way. But then you usually have like ground reticle placements. Like in Arcage, you can't throw a fireball at somebody if they're behind a target, if they're behind a wall. Because if they're in their house, you can have them tab target. Works through players. Yes, it does work through players because players are coded. And actually, let me take that back. The reason why it works through players isn't by virtue of it being a tab target game. It works through players by virtue of there not being player to spell collision. Action combat and player spell collision are not synonymous. you could have a game that has spell to player collision that is tab target. Tab target game makers just haven't gone that route because it's kind of a foreign thing. But remember, Ashes is going to have spell collision, and it is going to have spell collision on the tab abilities. So the days of you tab targeting out and pressuring the healer aren't going to work because sure, you have me targeted and sure, you're shooting arrows in at me, but you're hitting my tank because I'm standing behind the tank. Close in combat, on combat, if you try to steal a ship, like crouch behind the barrel. I mean, I'm not complaining, but if it's abusable, it will be based off the question. Yeah, but I don't think that crouching behind a barrel, well, first of all, there's no crouch in the MMO. There is no crouch in the MMO. Crouch is something that was put in for the BR because crouching is a required feature in a BR, but crouch isn't slated to make it to the MMO. So you're not going to be able to crouch behind a barrel. Now, do that silly shit that you do where you're like just at the edge of the wall and you pick out, you throw an ability, you keep going that. Yeah, I definitely think that that's a problem. But I'm not worried about that because I think some of that is going to get resolved with their combat system. So not a bad question, but they're not, corner peeking. It's not a bad question, but I don't think they're going to be able to answer this one. Because remember, when we ask a question, we have to ask a question that is good, but it also has to be answerable. So, with that said, sorry, there's something I got to remember to do before the end of the show. In fact, guys, I am going to take a minute to do this. I am going to take a minute to share this with you. I didn't want to publicly like bring up the bad news when it happens. If you guys didn't know, I said that Steven was having a bad week last week, especially with the one fucking moron, the ex-member of our Ashes of Creation game community. He decided to go full fucking dumbass on Steven on the off Reddit. And I was just like, nope, I'm not having any of that. So I engaged instead. Steven's dog died. Silas was like 15 years old, 14 and a half. Silas's dog died. Steven's dog died. Silas died. And Silas has been a member of the community for as long as there's been a community because if you've ever watched one of the live streams, effing chats for Silas. If you've ever watched one of the live streams, Silas engaged with the community through the dog cam during the charity live streams. And for those of you that aren't parents, some of you have gone through this. Some of you have experienced this. You're just because your kids are furry and four-legged doesn't make you any less of a parent. And I say this with all sincerity. Just because your kids are furry, four-legged family members doesn't mean you're any less of a parent. Sure, you don't go through the same trials and tribulations that the rest of us do, but your family member is your family member is your family member. Your family member is your family member. And I remember, I lost my best friend, my real life best friend. His name was Kenny. Kenny died in the summer between 5th grade and 6th grade. And to make matters fucking worse, right? I lost my best friend. He got hit by a motorcycle. He was like my best friend, right? A 5th grader. What the fuck would I have been in 5th grade? I was like 10 years old. I was 10 years old and I had to bury my best friend. And on top of that, my fucking dog died on my first day of school. So could you imagine my first day of school? My best friend died over the summer, and then I woke up, and on my first day of school, my dog died. Can you imagine? Can you just like put yourself in 10-year-old Jahlon's shoes? So Silas died. Steven made a video about him. The community is trying to do the community's trying to do something So if you're an artist, they're doing fan art. They're doing fan art tributes to Silas. If you're interested, you can you can get it to me. You can get it to Z. Z edited this message because there was oh, there we go. I'll just make it simple. If you guys watch the video, you decide to do something nice for Steven, make fan art, make whatever, send that to me. I'll forward it up to Z and Alluring. That way my community's not trying to find other random people. But yeah, Steven's going through a bit of a hard time right now, and you know how that is. So as I showed you guys earlier in the show, I sent Steven comfort food. Jahlon family shipped off chocolate fudge to Steven, and he got it. I so dumb fucked this. I sent it to their mail hold. I didn't send it to Intrepid Studios. Luckily, the guys probably know who Steven Sharif is. But yeah, look at that chocolate fudge. But just realized Steven's going through a hard time. And, you know, the fucking moron who wants to attack Steven at every turn. I no longer have any sympathy for him. He wants to attack Steven at every turn because he got banned because he was a dumbass. And then on the week Steven's dog died, he decides to do this shit again. So no sympathy for him ever again. You're just a fucking petty little man. So let's make Steven feel, if you're an artist and you already make art and you want to do something, let's do that. I don't make art. I won't be contributing because I sent Steven, Paradox Gaming community, we sent him fudge. You know, we did what's good for you. We sent a guy thousands of calories worth of fudge. So with that said, I want to ask what kind of playstyle will be the Necromancer class. And if possible, what spells or ability it will have besides summons. Someone want to whisper me who it was? It's not. Do we know that asshole is actually a man as an age to legal adulthood? Yeah. We do. Confirmed. What kind of playstyle will the Necromancer class be? The Necromancer class will be a summoner. What spells and stuff? Well, you're not going to get that. Summoner is coming. Summoner is coming down the line. Summoner is coming down the line, either last or second to last. So, happy story now, please. I don't have a happy story queued up. Let's just do questions. How do you plan to deliver quests to the players? Will we get subtle hints and general directions, or will it be chasing quest markers? It is not chasing quest markers. They are not doing the chase the quest markers stupidity. So, some of the time you will go to a quest giver, they will give you a quest. Other times you will be out in the woods. Like, I can talk to you about Alpha Zero. I was walking down the path in Alpha Zero doing the testing, and then one day it was like, this quest pops up on the side of my map, and it was like, where did all these rabbits come from? And I'm like, the fuck? What the fuck is this? So I'm like walking around, and I walked away a little bit, and the quest went away. And I just backed up, and the quest popped up. Where'd all these rabbits come from? So there are going to be times in the game where just quests appear. There are going to be times where events happen that give quests. But no, you won't be following idiot markers around. You will not be following idiot markers around. Regarding freeholds, will there be set plots within the node zone of influence that a freehold can be? Or can you place it where you want? You can place it where you want. If you can, what? Then is there a restriction on how close two freeholds can be? Yes. Or can you and your friends place your freeholds next to each other and make a small town? No. All those questions have been answered. So, but this person doesn't have any suggestions. They don't have any diatribe. So, Twitch just dropped an up dare in case you see a drop in viewers. What is an up dare? An update? Come on, guys. I'm already old and I don't understand all these update. Twitch has updates? Oh, the phone app? Okay. No, I was like, what's that going to matter? Like, and then I was like, oh, update. I have to ask about heavier armor and weaponry. My Twitch just fucked up right now. Update. The opposite of a down dare. Do you guys use phones? So if you ever go to a restaurant, I got a good joke for you to engage. I don't have a good story, but I got a good joke. You go to a place. You know how you always say to, like, let me get a Coke, and they're like, we don't have Coke. Do you have Pepsi? They say, can I get a Coke? They're like, we don't have Coke. Is Pepsi okay? You say, do you have Up Dog? And then normally the response will be, what's up, dog? And you say, nothing's up with me, and no, Pepsi's not okay. Dad jokes. Dad jokes. See, I gotta laugh out of Peeps. I gotta laugh out of Brown Rice. I have to ask about heavier armor and weaponry. Do you? Do you have to ask? I mean, could you ask something else? So I know that you don't want super exaggerated armor and weapons, but will there be heavier, bulky armor? Some examples, almost like medieval juggernauts, and larger weapons like Zywendhanders and Warhammers. Do you know how many people attended the FIFA World Cup in 2014? No. I have seen several examples of medium and light armor, but really no heavy feeling ones. Trying to think. Oh, more than a Brazilian. I live in Atlanta and always ask, do you have Coke or Pepsi? Servers look at me like, what the fuck, you want a Coke? So I'm trying to think here. First of all, when somebody says they haven't seen heavier armor, yeah, Warhammers weren't large. That is true. A Warhammer is a one-handed weapon. A Great Maul is, I think, what that person is referring to. But yeah, a Warhammer is a one-handed weapon. A Warhammer is a one-handed weapon. A Great Maul is the two-handed weapon that goes into the category of battle axes. You know, it was funny too. A guy remember we did that show a couple of weeks ago where we were talking about different weapons, and we were talking about how the blade of a great sword isn't always sharp. A guy got on my show, and Brown Rice doing it again. Brown Rice is crushing it, making people happy, making it rain. Coffee drinker, too godly. Who else is a regular? I don't like to call out the non-regulars. I'll never call you out, but your names are on the screen for the chat. Did Brown Rice? Did he take the number 1 spot, or he or she? I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Oh no, you didn't even. Look at you. Oh, you're tied for 15th. You're tied for 15. Brown Rice is 15. Brown Rice is up to 15. Malls were, but they were usually wooden. Yeah, because you didn't. Spoiler alert! If you didn't watch Game of Thrones, when they melted down the Warden of the North's Valyrian steel sword, Tywin says there's no need to use this much Valyrian steel in one weapon. A lot of weapons in the Middle Ages were made out of wood. The spearheads were made out of metal, but not the whole, like the whole spear wasn't made out of metal. I see that in a lot of movies. You got the whole spear made out of metal. It's like, no, that's not true. The whole great sword isn't sharp on the edge, because if you have a sharpened edge on a great sword, then you're damaging the weapon when you hit plate armor. Now, is that an overall statement to say that no great sword ever had a fully edged weapon? No. Is that saying that there weren't examples of great swords where one edge of the weapon was, oh, look at coffee drinker. Give me one cheer of 100. Give me one prime sub. Give me one cheer of 100 or one prime sub, and we kick off a fatty hype train. I'll even put a hat on. There we go. I gotta get a hat. I got, oh, and I didn't set up the mic thing because that was this morning's thing, and then then the ridiculous thing that happened. Hold on, can I do this quickly? Property, filters, filters, noise gate. If I turn that off. Some people like, I'm fucking deaf. Well, you should have fucking known. But there were great swords. There were great swords that were sharp on both edges. There were great swords that were sharp on one edge. There were great swords that were like Mad Mardigan's sword in Willow, where it was like serrated on one side. But most of the time, if you were fighting people that wore armor, your great sword was thick. Your great sword was thick because you weren't slashing or hacking. You were crushing their breastplate into their chest. That was the goal. That was the objective. And then when they were on the ground, the point of your great sword was pointy and reinforced so you could stab them. You could deliver the coup de grace. Great swords were primarily held with one hand on the back bottom of the blade. Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. Like, it was not uncommon for when you delivered the blow, like you would carry the blade, like you would carry the weight of the blade with you. I don't have a great sword example, but you would have the great sword and you would use your other hand to bring the weight down. You weren't parrying, you weren't lunging, you were knocking the other person down and then using the sharp point to generally you'd stab them in the throat, you'd stab them in the face, you'd stab them through the eye. I know that's all gruesome, but why would you stab them through the throat or stab them through the eye? Because there's nothing there to trap your blade on. All these movies that you see where people are stabbing people in the chest, you don't stab people in the chest with a broadsword. You stab people in the chest with a rapier. A rapier is a stabbing weapon, right? If you stab people in the chest with a broadsword often enough, your blade gets stuck in the ribs, and then that's it. You can't fight. You end up either kicking the guy really hard and trying to pull, or you just let the sword go and you pick another one up off the battlefield and then you go with it. Rapiers and scimitars are a slashing weapon. It's why the English had such a hard time during all the Crusades, because the English were used to fighting people that, aimed for here or here. So when this guy gets on my YouTube and he's like, you don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, here's the document that we found, that here is the medieval Academy of Sword Fighting's book. I linked that to him. I said, here, go ahead and give this a read and then get back to me about it. I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, there is always an exception to every rule. There's always an exception to every rule. Scimitar is actually a fencing weapon too. Yeah, it's absolutely. But you never block with your sword. You always deflect. Yes, that's get 5 assists from buffing. Excellent. That's also true. That's also absolutely true. That whole parry, thrust. That works with certain weapons, not with every weapon. You were always trying. That's why when you see, what's the example? King Arthur versus Lancelot. King Arthur doesn't pull out a sword, or he doesn't pull out a shield. He fights sword and mace. And Lancelot has that. He has his sword and the with the hook on it. Well, of course, if you can hook that in behind their plate armor, you have you have a decisive advantage because you're pulling them around the battlefield because you've hooked them and they can't do anything about it. Also, remember, most of the time with medieval weapons, you had an armored gauntlet. An armored gauntlet was really great to protect your hand, but it didn't really give you a lot of flexibility, a lot of manipulation to, you know, get in there. With that, I need to get going on my day. Sorry for the rough start this morning. I'm hopefully Samsung can fix my monitor. I have spare monitors downstairs. I don't really want to start moving monitors around the house, but because all my monitors are mounted on non-stands. So I'm gonna get all this resolved. I gotta go blow snow. I gotta go see what my daughter wants. My daughter pinged me. She's like, I need you downstairs. And I was like, do you need me right now or in 20 minutes? So I don't want to keep her waiting. You guys are the best audience on Twitch. Friday, we're gonna watch the live stream live because they happen to have the live stream during our show. So I'll be reacting live and then we'll finish the show. You guys take care and I will see you next time. And thank you for tolerating a very, very anxiety-filled stream today.